Nah, this isn't doing it for me. I need to draw on something else. Something stupider. Actually, I think I have an idea.
Give me just a moment to get this canvas ready. Now let's begin.
lightsaber collection.
No, it's fine, and yes, I can. Just, don't look too closely at his hands. While I got you all here, let me run through the calls to action real quick.
Hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't.
And if you want to take part in the Community Art Showcase, make some sort of art with the prompt of
Weaponry.
by the end of the 31st. And post it to the channel Discord. Link in the channel description. That out of the way, would you guys like to see me do some jewelry craft and beadworking? Because I haven't done that in a long while, and I kind of want to do it some more. I have a massive pile of beads and wires that I probably should do something with at some point. Hey, Ragnarok. Scream resonance. Hey, Ragnarok. Scream resonance.
No, not for this one. This one needs creepy music.
I like the False Hydra as a monster concept. It's pretty cool to me. It and other things like it, which a certain foundation would refer to as anti-memetic entities, are a really interesting concept to me. Because anytime something like this is introduced, it stops being a battle of martial powers or who can fire the biggest energy beam and becomes a battle of who can think the most creatively, who can use the most out-of-the-box thinking around the problem logic to defeat whatever it is. And that can make a really interesting story. I got asked to draw one of my subscribers, your local noob's OC, a character named Nyx. I get the feeling that the character has some lore behind it, but all I really know about them is that the traffic cone is a part of their head. They aren't supposed to be able to take off their mask, but they have multiple times in the past for some reason. And they have a weird lamprey-like mouth. Oh, and they might have a brain tumor. Or their brain could just be weirdly lumpy. Not sure. There's a chance you might have seen some of your local noobs' animations with them on their channel. But let me know what you think. Did I do your character justice? And in that same vein, you think it's good enough for Art Fight? I've been thinking about maybe doing Art Fight, but I'm not sure about it. Not quite sure if I'm good enough at character art for it, and I'd have to look a lot deeper into how all of Art Fight's everything works, but I think it could be fun from what I've heard. Let me know what you all think. Number of new things with this one, most of which didn't quite work how I wanted, but learning experience. If you want to have a better idea of what I was trying to do, there's the linked long form video where I go through everything I did for this one. So, right after my last short, my dad told me about this Blender add-on called Rigify, and yeah. My armature issues are gone because this... Unlimited posing power! I just tested it. Just did this to test it, and I figured I'd share this with you because... I'm gonna do this. This enables me to do some true. I gotta learn what all these controls are, but this is gonna let me do so many things I was struggling with, and also create something truly cursed. Okay, yeah, no more struggling with armature rigs from me. I was browsing the Blender Reddit when I saw someone asking for help making bismuth. Now, I can't help with the geometry nodes part of the equation they were looking for, but I can help with the texturing, because I thought of how to do it pretty quickly, and after a bit of playing with it, I figured out what I think works relatively well. So firstly, for our bismuth object, we're going to crank the metallic all the way up and drop the roughness real low. Then we are going to add in a noise texture, take the color output and put it into the base color. Boom. Bismuth. Of course, it's not that simple if you want to have a little more pizzazz to it. Firstly, we'll drop the noise scale a bit, because I think the default is a bit high. And now we will add in 2 copies of hue saturation, making sure it's connected correctly. Crank the saturation of 1 all the way up. That lets us have a more higher iridescence. You can play with it a little. On the other one, we can do the same. We can also lift the value a little on the first one. Play with the hue if you want to change, the hue of it. You can lower the saturation if you want it less iridescent, lower the value a little, up the saturation if you want it more. Just put it about like that. And of course, for the, to elevate it from being a flat texture, we will put a bit of displacement and just a little bit of noise. Crank the detail of the noise up and the scale of the displacement down a bit. And yeah, I think this works pretty decently. Of course, you can play with the settings, find what you like more. But I think this is a pretty quick and easy chromatic metal texture setup. I think I'll drop the scale a little bit more. You use all kinds of different texturing if you want it to look different for the displacement, but for the basic metal color, I think this bit works pretty well. Hopefully this helps, and anyone else who's looking for this kind of thing. Despite having worked on this for almost all of today, I am nowhere near done. But I have a massive headache, and it is almost dinner time, so I'm going to stop here and let you see what I've got so far. I wanted to do a bit more with Earth, but Blender has started to crash on me when I work with this one, so on to fire. I probably should have looked at some reference footage of a bird or bat flying for a little bit before I started animating this, but, you know. But I did figure out how to make wings and rig them to work properly, and how to model a quadruped. I mean, the model is a little janky, but again. And so the drill spins and the spiral expands ever outwards, for little by little with each turn, we grow and evolve, advancing beyond our past and spinning ever onward onto the future. Philosophy. But insomnia-fueled Gurren Lagann-flavored ramblings aside, it is getting close to the deadline of the current Community Art Showcase, which, if you haven't seen it yet, the prompt for is weaponry. If you want to take part, make something with said prompt and post it to the channel Discord by the end of the 31st, where they will then be compiled and commented upon, with credit of course, in the next Community Art Showcase video. So again, you want to take part, make something with the prompt of weaponry before the end of the 31st and post it to the channel Discord. Okay, I technically kind of lied in the title because it's not Swampfire, it's just a Methosian. Because I forgot to put the Omnitrix on his chest. Or you could just chalk it up to an animation error because it was. Anyway, this one was actually really fun to do, and the modeling part of it was actually pretty easy. I dropped in a single vertice object with a mirror, skin, and subdivision modifier on it, and with that I blotted out the rough shape of our Methosian, and then I applied all the modifiers, added a temporary subdivision modifier on it, and did some minor mesh adjustment to get some of the features in a bit closer to the right spot, as well as to add the different shoulder and arm buds. After that, I took off that subdivision modifier without applying it, and then put on a multi-resolution modifier, and then finished up the detail work with some sculpting. Or at least that was it for the body. For the head, I actually went and did that same hair curve thing I tried to do in a previous video, but I did it better this time, and it worked pretty well for the hair petals. I made the eyes out of two different cube objects, one of them black, one of them glowing green, because a regular eyeball wouldn't really work for the eye shape. And I also ended up using a couple quickly sculpted out cubes to make the fingers and thumbs, because I wasn't pulling those off of the base mesh in a way I liked. But all of that went pretty smoothly. The only real issue I ended up having was when I started working on the texture paint. I'm pretty sure there's several faces that the UV Smart projected that are overlapping, so I just ended up having to do the best I could with faces randomly being colored wrongly. I tried to fix it where I could with re-UV unwrapping it and moving some of the overlapping faces around, but there are still a few spots that just the texture paint would randomly paint the other side of the model for some reason, and I'm still not sure why it did that. But I got it to a pretty manageable point, and between the mostly similar color palette and the noise modifier displacement that gets added to it at the end, you don't really notice it too much, I don't think. After I had everything textured, I converted the hair curves to a mesh and joined them and the fingers to the rest of the model. And I accidentally also converted the base model itself to a mesh, which applied the multi-resolution modifier, so it ended up being a higher poly model than I actually wanted it to be. But it's not that high poly, so it's not that big a deal. But from there, I used the Rigify add-on to set up the rigging for the character. I had to fiddle with that a little bit too, because of non-standard hands. But I got it working eventually, and then did the animation. The fire animation is a sphere with 3 different metaball particle sims coming off of it, and the growing plant life is just the Ivy Gen modifier. And I actually used the texture painted texture for the Ivy texture as well. I probably gotta start making some meatloaf here soon, so I will see you in the next video. Enjoy the rest of this one. I tried a number of new things with this one, most of which didn't quite work how I wanted, but learning experience. The first thing I did was append in the stylized head mesh from the base human mesh collection that you can download from the Blender website. Then I did a little bit of sculpting on it to change how it looked from the default a bit. Gave it elf ears, because why not? The sculpting wasn't an issue now that I figured out the multi-resolution modifier is the key to having that not blow up your computer. The next thing I did, which was entirely new to me, was using curves to make the hair for the model. Looking back, I think I got the overall placement of my hair curves a little off, but now I know how to make hair curves like that, and I'm going to keep working with it probably. I also apparently ended up flipping most of the hair curves in the opposite direction they were supposed to face, so I had to reshape them later. But again, never done it before. Now I have more of an idea of how to do it. After that came the texturing, and for a while, that was going fairly well. I'd finally figured out how to make a kind of toon anime shader look how it's supposed to, but when it came to doing the hair, I started to run into some problems. I'm not quite sure what went wrong with the hair. I think I probably messed something up when I was editing the hair lumps in place, but I was intending to use a stretched out noise texture to make the individual hair strands as part of the texture, but that kept not working in a bunch of different ways, and I kept shifting how I was approaching that, putting in a bunch of different mapping setups, and it just kept not working. Or at least kept not working correctly. Eventually, while I was working on the hair texturing, I realized that most of the hairs had gotten twisted around the opposite of how they were supposed to face. So I eventually decided, since I couldn't get the hair to texturize where it looked like hair, I would give a bunch more ridges to the hair curves. And it kind of worked, but not really. Once I finished messing with the hair curves, I briefly tried to do some stuff with the grease pencil, but it wasn't looking right, and it was slowing everything down by a lot, so eventually I just scrapped that for this go-around. I'm definitely going to have to watch a couple more hair curve tutorials to try and figure out what I did wrong, but it was interesting to mess around with it for the first time. You might have seen the short with just the animation yesterday, but here's me making the duck rooms. Considering I spent most of a day working on this, the recording is sped up a fair bit. But while we go through it, I'm going to share my thoughts and the more interesting aspects of how I set this whole thing up. As you might have guessed, this was heavily inspired by liminal spaces and the back rooms in particular, especially the pool rooms of the back rooms. Not to sound all hipster with it, except it's totally to sound all hipster with it, I liked the back rooms before it was cool. I actually found out about the whole deal before Kane Pixels made his animations, and subsequently the game theory videos on those blew up the whole idea of it. Actually, it was probably a film theory video, not a game theory video, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I liked it was before it was cool. I think it was almost probably around a year before Kane Pixels started doing his backrooms thing that I found the setting. I'm pretty sure a video talking about the backrooms was a recommended video off of an SCP Foundation video, and that's how I found out about it. But of course, when Kane Pixels did his found footage animation of the setting, it exploded in popularity, and now we have all this liminal space artwork everywhere now. Some of it's real places that have been photographed, interestingly, some of it's, artistical. And I was scrolling through Reddit, and I saw a liminal space thing pop up in my feed. I was like, hey, I could probably use something like that in Blender, so that's where this came from. Originally, I was just going for a pool rooms type vibe, but I decided to put a rubber duck in there to be funny, and then I put more rubber ducks in, and it became the duck rooms. Partly because I just found that funny. I think I was trying to channel a little of, what is the channel name? Zooluminology, I think? The series where it's a bunch of highly underfunded scientists exploring the far realms and documenting the creatures therein. But instead of being like analog horror, it's analog wholesome. The series that has the Galbo, Long Legs, and Prince care guide videos. You've probably seen at least one of those. They were really popular. I was trying to channel a little bit of that vibe into it as well. Also pulling from the game Superliminal a little bit. But yeah, those were the main three pieces of inspiration. The Backrooms, Zooluminology, and Superliminal, rather. I keep calling it Superluminal, but it's Superliminal. Now, when it comes to actually making it, two things I want to point out before I go into the more interesting parts of that is that at one point you're going to see a chunk of progress just of what I was working on just vanish and me remake it differently. That wasn't so much a conscious choice as Blender crashing on me and making me redo how I was doing it. The second thing is that although you're not going to see me get rid of them in this footage, I end up scrapping the fake light rays or god rays, however you prefer to call them, because it was causing some weird shadow artifacting in the rendering, and it had to go because of that. When it comes to actually making this whole deal, I'm not going to cover a good chunk of it because a good chunk of it's just basic modeling, and there's plenty of tutorial videos that go over how to do that way better than I could. But for the things that are a few steps more complicated than that, I'll explain what I did and my reasoning for it. As you already saw, for the scaffolding for the slide and the ladder setup for the diving board, I extruded out vertices, made sure they were all connected, and then used the skin modifier on them to build a block out from them, and then use a subdivision on that to make it cylindrical. And then to adjust the size of that, in edit mode, I hit A to select everything, and use Control A to adjust the thickness of the skin modifier to shrink it down to where it looks correct. That's pretty much the same process I used to create the climbing dome that'll get added later, except instead of extruding the vertices, I just cut an icosphere in half. The stairs, which I should be working on now, are just a cube object with an array modifier, angled and sized to take it up to that upper ledge. I think now in the footage is where I start working on the eventually removed light rays that come from the windows. And then after that, I do some fairly simple texturing on everything. And then after that, we come to the next more interesting thing that I want to explain, which is where I take a simple plane, size it to the dimensions of the pool pretty much, subdivide it a bunch, and then put a dynamic paint setup on it. Specifically, I have this plane set as a canvas set to wave. The water that flows out of the pipe uses the same texture as the water that gets rippled in the pool, but it's not actually a fluid simulation, as you can probably see, or will be able to see, but it is a particle sim using metaballs. The first reason that this is important is because it is a lot easier to process and render a particle simulation than it is a fluid simulation. It takes a lot less time and is less process intensive. But the other, and arguably more important reason, is that you can use your particle simulation's emission object and have it set to a dynamic brush paintbrush using the particle simulation as the brush rather than the mesh, which allows your particles to interact with the dynamic paint of the water in the pool, making the water in the pool ripple. However, there was an issue, because the pool water object had a subdivision modifier on it. However, the rendered view and the viewport view of that modifier had different subdivisions set on it, and that was causing it to not render correctly. The ripples I was seeing in the viewport weren't being shown in the render because the render was trying to display a higher level of subdivision that didn't have the rippling effect applied to it. The solution there is just to make the rendered view and viewport view of the subdivision modifier have the same number. One last thing when it comes to the mesh plane that's the water of the pool, you'll notice from the final animation that there is a duck in it that bobs up and down with the waves of the water. The way I achieved this was with using the shrink wrap object constraint, not the modifier, the constraint version. Pretty much all you have to do is put that on the object that's going to be bobbing up and down, and have the target object be what it's stuck to, in this case the mesh plane for the water, and then I just fidgeted with the settings, placement, and scale of the duck to make it look correct. For the ivy that eventually gets placed onto the scaffolding and slide, that's just the IvyGen add-on. You can easily find it by just going to Edit, Preferences, Add-ons, and then typing in IvyGen, and it'll be there. Be warned, save before you actually use it, and then save after you use it to a satisfactory way, because it is prone to making Blender crash. Once it's installed, it'll be added to the Create menu that appears on the side of the layout view. And the way it works is you put your 3D cursor where you want the ivy to grow from, you select the object you want it to grow to, you fidget with the settings where you're happy with them, or you think you'll be happy with them. Make sure you set a time limit so it doesn't try to do this infinitely, and make sure you save before you actually hit Create Ivy. Because like I said, at least for me, IvyGen is prone to making Blender crash. And the larger the ivy you want it to make, the more likely it is that it's going to crash on you. However, it still significantly beats doing it manually. I think that's the last thing I really need to explain for this. And my voice is starting to fail me, I can feel it growing hoarse. So before I lose it completely, a quick reminder. The current Community Art Showcase prompt is weaponry. If you want to take part, make something with a prompt of weaponry, and post it to the channel Discord before the end of the 31st. If you've enjoyed this, please like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. I'm doing another sculpture in Blender because, well, it's fun. I'm not really sure what this guy is. Some kind of alien or demon, maybe. There's no real inspiration for it. I just started making shapes and worked out something that I felt looked kind of interesting. Still haven't quite figured out how to decimate it properly to where it looks good still, but isn't so polygoned I can't really do anything more than spin it around without Blender crashing on me. Which is also why here at the end I just give it a basic gold metal texture. But once I figure out how to decimate them properly, I might start texture painting on them if I can get them to a low enough poly count that that's not going to fry my computer. As a quick reminder, the current Community Art Showcase Challenge is weaponry. So if you want to take part in that, make something with the prompt of weaponry and post it to the channel Discord before the end of the 31st. If you have anything you'd like to see me do art-wise, please let me know. I'm probably going to get back to the making a robot with your ideas here pretty soon. It's getting pretty late, so I gotta wrap this up because I gotta be up early tomorrow for something. So if you enjoy the rest of the video, please consider liking and subscribing, and I'll see you in the next thing I do. Also, let me know if you'd like to hear me just talk about random subjects while I'm doing these art videos. Figured that might be fun. I like to think I've been fairly honest about my utter lack of competence when it comes to drawing actual people and not horrific flesh monsters. But the only way to get better at it is to do it, so here we go. You may have seen my post about this, either on the community tab of the channel or through the channel Discord, but Microsoft did something that borked my editing software, and now I can't make shorts. And I know this error is on the Microsoft side of things, because I checked the help forums, and starting a couple days ago, and becoming more and more frequent, probably as an update rolled out, a lot of people are complaining about the same issue all of a sudden, so yeah, they messed something up when they updated something. And so now, whenever I or anyone else tries to edit a video in the vertical format, it gets smushed and stretched into a horizontal format, distorting everything. So, until this gets patched, or I find a different editing program, whichever comes first, I can't make shorts. But it doesn't seem to be affecting horizontal footage, so at the very least I can keep making long-form videos like this. Now then, on a somewhat happier note, as you might have guessed from the title of this video, I've been playing Jak X Combat Racing recently. It's the only game in the Jak and Daxter series I haven't actually beat yet. Currently, I am on the last race of the Blue Eco circuit. I've been really enjoying it so far. I always liked the racing missions in the mainline Jak games, and this feels like an even better and smoother version of that, so it's been fun. It may honestly seem weird to call a port of a PS2 game smooth, but I jive with the controls of Jak X a lot more than I do a lot of more modern racing games that I've tried. Something about power sliding through a tight turn and then hitting the boost to go from 6th place to 1st in one move. Plus, I find the whole concept of combat or death races awesome. In the context of fictional settings, of course. Especially if you combine it with wacky over-the-top sci-fi cars, which is probably why I also really liked the anime Redline. But yeah, I've been playing a lot of Jak X, so I figured I'd make some kind of, Jak X flavored combat racer car. I also deliberately kept it relatively low poly because I wanted to have that feel of it being in an older video game world. At least a little bit. Congratulations, Racer! You've just won a brand new vehicle. I just realized that I have never used Blender's sculpting mode before, so I decided to mess around with it for a little bit. The poly density didn't make my computer happy, but it was kind of fun. When I had finished sculpting and decimated it down a bit, I tried to do some texture painting, but that didn't want to work, so I just went with a basic texture on it. Used a Vortellini node to make a scale effect on it because it was vaguely reptilian. And I just looked down, and it's apparently midnight, so I should probably just wrap things up here and go to bed. I really didn't want to do this or bring this up, but I am kind of struggling right now. I graduated college at the end of December last year, and for a little bit over 6 months now, I have been trying to get a job with a degree I spent a while and a lot of effort getting. However, despite having sent out around 1,000 applications to every listing that I am applicable to that I can do, I have gotten 2 interviews and never got a response back after they were over. Without going into specifics, I have about as high a grade and as good as a GPA as you can get. It's just shy of a 4.0. I only ever got a B in one class throughout my entire college years. But apparently that ain't good enough. Heck, most of the listings I've looked at I can't even apply to because for an entry-level position, or hell, even an unpaid internship, they are demanding master's or higher and 10 plus years of experience. I am not kidding. I have seen several different internships that are unpaid, no benefits, nothing, demanding master's degrees and over 10 years of experience. I don't know what to do at this point. If I could get an entry-level position in my field, I'd be fine. The reason I even went into this field to begin with is that is a very good industry if you can actually get your foot in the door. But right now, I am stuck asking to be let into the mail slot. I'm not bringing this up to ask for money or donation or whatever. I don't even have anything set up to allow you to do that. What I am asking for is for you all to watch my long-form videos some more, because it honestly feels like I'm closer to getting something from doing YouTube than I am getting an actual job, and that's saying a fair bit because I still have a couple thousand watch hours needed to hit monetization. I'm not counting on it. I'm gonna keep doing the job hunting, keep sending stuff out, but not going well. And I mean, hey, I would love if this ends up being my actual job, doing art for all of you. I do genuinely really enjoy doing this, and if I actually made money off of it, I could put money back into doing it, get some of those paid programs that let you do all kinds of cool stuff, maybe do more physical art on a grander scale or something, but for that, I need to be monetized, and for that to happen, I need you all to watch my longer form videos some more. There's a playlist on the channel that has all of my long form videos. You could go all the way back to the beginning of it and see how much I used to suck. There's also the short compilation videos where I take all the shorts I did in the previous month and compile them into a long form video. I really appreciate it if you check some of those out after the end of this video, of course. And I mean, hey, if you got something you'd like to see me do, tell me. There's always a decent chance I will do so. That's what the current With Your Ideas series with the making a robot thing is for. But if you have a standalone thing you'd like to see me do as an art video, let me know. Again, I really enjoy doing this, and the community that's slowly grown around this channel. You guys are awesome, and I genuinely want to do the kind of stuff you want to watch. I'm not planning on quitting this anytime soon, but I need your help at least a little bit. If you like the things I do, there's a button. Please hit it. It helps massively. If you have anything to say, please do so. There's the comment section. I read everything. And those few of you who comment relatively frequently, I recognize you, and I greatly appreciate you. And I enjoy engaging with all of you in this community. That's part of the reason we're doing the Community Art Showcase thing, which, by the way, your current prompt for is weaponry, so if you want to take part in that, check out the Discord, links in the channel description. But, yeah, I figured I would share my grievances with the world and see if anything comes from it, I guess. I gotta wrap this up because I apparently have to make dinner and it's somehow time to do that already. But please, if you enjoy my videos, watch more of them. That's really all I'm asking for. So, since a little after noon, I had been working on this mech head cockpit thing. Like the head of a mech that was gonna unfurl and you'd see the dude inside on the chair with the control sticks and everything. And I was almost done with it, at least almost done with the modeling. I was about to start doing the detailed texturing and then the animating when I messed something up and everything kind of exploded, tore itself apart, and then the file crashed and corrupted. And so that was about 9.5 hours gone. But I didn't want to not have a video come out today, even if only technically, because it is getting pretty close to midnight as I record this. So I ended up doing this instead, and I hope you enjoy. As a reminder, the current Community Art Showcase Challenge is weaponry. If you want to take part, do something with the prompt of weaponry before the end of the 31st and post that to the Discord. Now then, as soon as I finish editing this, I am going to bed. I have moved multi-ton objects today. I am very tired. There are so many games I wish had a modern port. I don't even mean a remaster. I'd be perfectly fine if a lot of the old games I used to love were just available to play again on newer platforms, because you can't play them on older ones anymore. You might think that's something weird to bring up when I'm doing Spyro here, because hey, Spyro got a remaster, didn't it? Yeah, but not this Spyro, because I am doing the Legend Continuity Spyro. I really want to play the original Legend of Spyro game, but that was a PS2 game. Even though I had the disc, I can't use it for anything. Same with a lot of other PS2 games. There was a Arthur and the Invisibles movie tie-in that I really loved, that I don't know if I ever actually beat, because it's been so long since I was able to play it. And a bunch of others that I can barely remember anymore. This is kind of just an open plea to the gaming industry to either make your next consoles either fully backwards compatible with all of the old discs, or give us ports of all of the old games. Probably never going to happen, but I just kind of wanted to talk about this for a second. I'd be interested in hearing what older games you wish you could still play in the comments. The current Community Art Showcase Challenge is OC Donut Steel. I want you to take an existing character, make some minor changes to them, and pass them off as your own original character, quote-unquote. The deadline for that is the 17th of April. So if you want to take part in that, post your art to the Discord before the end of the 17th. I think I will set the next live stream goal for hitting monetization, so if you want to help with that, go watch some of my long-form videos, and I'll see you in the next video.
I have witnessed horrors beyond comprehension, seen beyond the garden of so-called linear space. The grass is not greener there. The flesh whirl beyond our realm. The gaze of cyclopean waters dripping their awful effluvium. The endless maze of pulsating flesh. Vascular passages that end and begin without reason. Endless monoliths of meat that defy the mind's grasp. They saw me there, amidst the endless expanse of it, and they knew I did not belong there. I can scarcely recall how I escaped that damnable realm. Maybe I haven't. Perhaps this is just a trick my mind is playing on me. But even if so, I must treat it as the truth for now.
So, as a reminder, we are currently doing the OC Donut Steel Community Art Showcase Challenge. Take an existing character, smash them around a little bit, and make your totally original character. And post it to the Discord by the end of April 17th, if you want to take part.
Please let me be free of that place.
Creeper? But I hardly know her. Yeah, that was really bad. I'm just gonna...
Nobody's gonna know. The Goose.
It's been a while since I ran a With Your Ideas series, but I think it's time to change that. because it's time for Making a Robot with Your Ideas. Part 0, the prologue. I have made this admittedly extremely basic little piece here to serve as inspiration, but from here on out, it is up to your comments and your ideas. Tell me what you'd like to see added, and I will do so in the next video of the series. From there, we will continue on in such a fashion until we have a completed creation. Or it gets so big it starts making Blender crash when I try to do anything with it. One of the two. I have begun making a robot with your ideas. Your ideas from part 0 were such that I was not able to cram it all into one short, at least while making it comprehensible. Therefore, I've made a long-form video that this one will link to, or you could try and parse what's happening in this super sped-up version. Either way, give me your ideas for what to add next. I have begun making a robot with your ideas. Your ideas from part 0 were such that I was not able to cram it all into one short, at least while making it comprehensible. Therefore, I've made a long-form video that this one will link to, or you could try and parse what's happening in this super sped-up version. Either way, give me your ideas for what to add next. Shroom man, mushroom man, shroom man, mushroom man, shroom man, mushroom man. Shroom man, mushroom man, shroom man. You could say he's a fun guy. When I was younger and more impressionable, I was sent out to get the mail one day, and very strangely, there was a letter addressed to me. Over the next few weeks, maybe month or two, I kept getting more letters from the same sender. Clippings of news articles, journal entries, notes, and every random fragment of information someone could find on a play and a tragedy that happened with it. And from what I could gather, whoever was sending me these was sending them to a random person they picked to keep the information existing, because someone was trying to hide it, to bury whatever happened, because there was something wrong with this play, with the knowledge of it even. Something dangerous and dark. A nightmare that I only saw the edges of, and yet that alone was enough to drive me to paranoia and delusion. I started hearing voices in the woods and having horrific dreams. It got worse and worse as whoever this was sent more of this nightmare to me just to keep it from being erased. And it all came to a fever pitch when they sent me a wooden crate packed with straw containing a bronze idol of whatever dark god this play was meant to worship. The minute I opened that crate and saw that thing, the power went out and stayed out for days. Whoever was sending this to me, whoever was doing this to prevent this knowledge from being lost and the world left unguarded, had sent some horrible evil into my life. But it wasn't done yet, because I got one last letter. That's contents broke me. Because I learned that this whole time, it was just a mystery box service that my parents signed me up for. We're back with the next part of Making a Robot with Your Ideas. Like last time, it went on just a bit too long to comprehendibly shove into a short. There was also the whole hostage thing, but I'd know with that. It's not a big deal. Either way, if you want to have a better idea of what's happening in the background, go check that out and leave me your ideas for what to add next time. Concept of things like these. structures of really impossible to comprehend. The children name is big dumb object, structures of unreasonable size that shouldn't be able to exist yet purely. Things such as the initial concept of ring world or Dyson, general the Halo, the Civic Blade. It's all pretty. Alright, let's try and draw a normal face for once, not some kind of horrible creature or weird little goblin man. No. Oh, damn it.
So high I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through.
I think I can make something work, yeah. And I think it's partly a combination of this being a faceless channel and me not doing any of the insert popular sound trends. You know how when sometimes you just scroll for like 5-10 minutes and hear the exact same thing on every video? I find that annoying at best, so I don't do it. I don't try and clickbait anyone, be it in title or thumbnail. I don't insert sound effects every time I say a sentence. I just do art, and I try and do it a little bit better each time. Sometimes, like this, I do people's requests. Sometimes I do whatever comes to my brain at the moment. But I don't try and trick people into watching it. That's not to say I don't want people to watch my videos. Of course I do. And I am hoping to get monetized. I'd be ecstatic if the Lord Algorithm and RNGesus decided,
"You, my son, you shall receive all the feedy pudding."
And I suddenly got bajillions of views overnight. But I'm not going to change who I am to make that happen. I was pretty happy when I knew that one person out there had decided I was entertaining enough to keep watching. Now almost 1,000 of you have, and that is insane. Looking at numbers on screen, that might not seem like much, but that's a lot of people who have decided they want to see me keep doing this. And so I will. I'll keep trying to get better a little bit each time. Depending on how things go, I might end up making videos less frequently. You know, when I actually manage to get a job I've spent the last 4 years getting the degree for. Though that might take a while, considering you apparently need to have a master's degree and 10 years of experience for an entry-level position nowadays. No, sorry, I misspoke. An internship? An unpaid one? That was an actual job advertisement I saw. I'm not kidding, but that's besides the point. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed my artwork and maybe my ramblings. This ended up a little more heavy than I thought it was going to. Also, I have no idea why I decided to make you an employee of legally distinct burger and chicken nugget place. Alright. Between your username and the fact that Monster Hunter Wilds is coming out in just a few weeks, I pretty much knew immediately what I was going to do with this one. Which is turn it into a palico, using the old samurai armor from Freedom Unite. However, I think this did end up in the uncanny valley a little bit. I'm not completely sure why, but I think if I'd have exaggerated the size of the eyes a bit, it would have helped. But whatever the cause, I hope you all still enjoy. Now then, I'm gonna keep talking about Monster Hunter because I want to. If you're not a fan of the Monster Hunter franchise or don't know what I'm talking about, feel free to tune me out. Now then, I really hope Legiacris actually does come back in Wilds. Even if he's not part of the initial roster and is added in later in a title update, I need to see him in Next Gen Monster Hunter. I want to hunt Legiacrus again so badly. And I mean, yeah, I could get up, walk 5 feet, and turn on the Wii and play Try, but you know what I mean. Legiacrus isn't the only 3rd gen monster I am really hoping gets brought into Wilds, because I think Kurapeko would make a fantastic addition to the roster, too. Kurapeko's ability to mimic other monster calls and bring them in for support would be so cool to see get adapted and expanded upon ecologically. One more from the 3rd gen is Gobule, because he would be perfect for what we've seen of the Scarlet Forest. Heck, he's literally from the Flooded Forest. It would make perfect sense. Going back to Freedom Unite, if we have an ice map, which we have to have an ice map, right? Blangonga and the Blangos, we have Kongalalala, so why would they not, you know? It's the same skeleton, very similar attacks. Why would you not have the Ice Baboon? That said, the most likely returning monster to me is probably going to be Nursilla. I'm pretty much sure that we're going to have Nursilla in Wilds. We've got the Spider Skeleton with Lalaverina, and we have, of all returning monsters, Gypsaros, so the fact that we have those two things is basically a smoking gun to me, because if we have Gypsaros, and we have a Spider Skeleton that's functioning and doing spidery things, we have to have Nursilla. Because why else would you put in Gypsaros of all monsters? If any of you watching are hyped for Wilds, I'd love to hear your theories about what we're going to get. Though, honestly, most of you probably just heard a bunch of random gibberish. I swear it makes sense if you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, I hope you like the cat despite the Uncanny Valley vibes, and I'll see you in the next one. You know what? Sure, why not? Alright, so first for the color gradient, it is a noise texture that's been mapped to use window rather than object. Window is basically you're looking into the texture rather than the texture being applied to the object. The color from that noise texture is then passed to a hue saturation node to tweak it a little bit, make it a bit more saturated and a slight adjustment on the actual color. That is put into this mix shader. Coming down here, the mix shader is a noise shader into a color ramp, and this is a driver that basically just changes the noise texture's pattern every so many frames. That is why the sparkles in the liquid change position. All of that gets plugged into this emission node, which connects to this mix shader, which also has a transparent node, and that is factored by this geometry node that uses back-facing to make it to where it's only showing the interface of what you're the back wall, essentially, of the object you're looking at, which is how you can see through it to see the emitter icosphere and the little pyramid thing I put in the bottom. The glow itself comes from compositing, which that's how you do glow in either Eevee or Cycles now. You go into Compositor, make sure Use node is on, you plug the base image into a glare node. One of them, I have two here, one of them is set to Bloom, which is what gets the soft glow around everything that's bright. And then the other one is Symbol Star, which is where the little star sparkles come from. The world itself also has another shader on it, rather than just the basic background, which is where all the stars are from. And it's basically the exact same thing as the sparkles in the liquid. And it's just a noise texture into a color ramp, into the mix factor, the mix shader. You got an emission node, the regular black background, that plugs into the surface of the world. That's how you get your sparkles in space. Pretty similar to how I did it in the space background video I did a while back. But yeah, that's how I did this. Are you gonna answer that? Because I called it! 2 days ago, when I turned that profile picture into a Palico, I called it. I said Nursilla was gonna be in Wilds, and guess what we just found out today? There is a lot more in the trailer that just dropped that I want to talk about, but I'll save that for tomorrow when I turn all the footage of me making this into a long-form video. For now, just know that I called it. Alright, I've been meaning to, I just wasn't sure how I wanted to arrange it until now. I've spent nearly 7 hours working on this, so I hope you enjoy. I can do that, yeah. When you were referring to, though, is actually way before my first couple of videos. I pivoted to being an art channel around Christmas of 2022, and what I'm pretty sure was my first request video I did was in February of 23. You could actually go back and look at those if you want, though I was way worse back then. That's not to say I still don't have a lot to improve on. I mean, what you just saw took all day to render, though apparently it didn't have to. See, the whole issue I've had with using the Cycles rendering engine in Blender is that it takes way too long, so I just don't like to use it. Turns out I've actually just been doing it wrong. Without getting into it too much, it turns out one of the default settings for Cycles is quite literally set to thousands of times more intensive than it needs to be by default, for some reason. I only found that out after several hours and not even being a quarter way through the render. My dad walked past, looked at the screen, and said, "Hey, that's set way too high, what are you doing?" I dropped the default setting of 4090 something to 50. It looks the exact same, and now renders several dozen times faster. Honestly, I probably could have set it to under 50. So I'm probably going to start animating more stuff in Cycles now. Just need to dial in exactly how much sample I need. I have no clue why it's set to so high by default when you don't need the tiniest fraction of that, but more you know. It's not exactly next from when you asked, but I am doing it. I've been putting this one off mostly because I'm not super confident in my ability to do humanoids. It's been a point of difficulty for me for a while, but I actually really like how this one ended up turning out. Also, I was listening to a certain campaign while I was doing it. I'm about 3 hours into the first episode of your Dragon in the Snow campaign, and honestly, I'm probably going to be binging it while working on future videos until I catch up. It's been pretty fun to listen to so far. If you'll permit me to speculate, I get the feeling that your players might actually be in some kind of magic illusion of their past adventures, maybe a version of the imprisonment spell or something. Or at least that's the vibe I'm getting with what happened when they tried to split the party, which, if I'm right, is a really interesting way to start a campaign. Certainly a bit more intriguing than the standard y'all meet in a tavern. I could be wildly off track though. Still, no spoilers, I want to see where this goes. I also really want to play D&D again, but until someone decides to start the campaign, that's probably not happening. You okayed my character last year. Come on. Let me play uno dos. I have been dying to find our glorious overlord. Please let us begin the search. Yeah, let us find the master. Shh. You do not talk. We went over this. I look more like a dragonborn. I'm the head. I talk. I am a dragonborn. Get back in there. Don't question it. Honestly, it's kind of funny that the character I want to play is a completely normal Dragonborn, and you're having me do a Dragonborn with a big coat, so, you know.
It's kinda funny. I said shut it.
My ever-growing insanity aside, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you in the next one. You're right, that is pretty random, but why not? Honestly, even though I've hunted Valhazak probably a good couple hundred times, especially if we're taking Blackveil into account, I kind of just keep forgetting he exists. Which is weird, because he is a really cool monster, both in design and his ecological niche within the Rotten Vale. Actually, he feels way more connected to the environment than most Elder Dragons do. It's weird. I like Valhazak, but only when I'm actively reminded that Valhazak exists. And unless I'm thinking about him, I tend to just forget about him. I don't know why that is. I mean, maybe it's just because Valhazak is so much of a pushover compared to other Elder Dragons, at least base Valhazak is. If you fight him like I do, which is to slap on maxed out effluvium resistance and then just never touch the ground, he's really not much of a threat. Come Iceborne, we had Blackveil with his big effluvium explosion, but even then, he doesn't really stick out in my head that much. Honestly, I think it's just because he doesn't have the intimidating presence a good chunk of other Elder Dragons do. And that's probably why he occupies about the same headspace as Kirin, Kushala, and Chameleos, too. Except Chameleos is a little bit higher because he's a little bit cooler with his invisibility shtick. And you know what? Chameleos is pretty fun and quirky, so let's put him up a little bit higher than that. But even then, none of them really have that intimidating, daunting presence that other Elder Dragons do, even if they're an easy enough fight. Even if we just keep this like the rest of World's roster of Elder Dragons, most of them, barring Kirin, like we said, have this they command the room presence, even if it's in a bunch of different ways. Teostra and Lunastra have this royal vibe to them, where like they feel better than you and entitled almost. Nergigante has this savage ferocity to him, even if he is laughably easy once you learn him. Xeno'jiva, in addition to being massive, has this otherworldly presence. And I mean, Zoro Magnaros is a literal walking mountain of fire. Even if the fight itself is easy, it feels like an accomplishment. But Valazok to me has always felt like sick, feeble, frail, almost like I was putting him down rather than hunting down a great threat. Maybe that's why he doesn't stick out in my mind too much. I almost feel bad for hunting him. I don't know. If anyone else has hunted Valazok, what's your guys' thoughts on him? And you know, honestly, what do you guys think is going to be the Elder Dragon situation with Wilds? Because, I mean, we got Gormagala, but he's a question mark, you know? I mean, sure, Shagaru is an Elder Dragon, but we haven't seen a single hint of an actual confirmed Elder Dragon in Wilds. I mean, Arcveiled might become an Elder Dragon when he becomes Unchained Arcveiled, as implied by the one we get to find in the beta being Chained Arcveiled, but he might not, and we haven't heard anything about Elder Dragons as far as I know, so maybe Wilds isn't even going to have Elder Dragons, which would be crazy. Again, please share your speculations. I called it. Again. That makes 2. I called Nursilla before she was announced to be in Wilds. Guess what? I called it that Blangonga was going to be in Wilds. It made sense. We had Congalalala. We had an ice region revealed. After I said there was going to be an ice region, which, again, obviously there was going to be, but I said we might have Blangonga, and I was right! Ha-ha! Blangonga is in Wilds. Ha-ha! Knew it. Now the question remains, am I going to be right about Kurapeko, Legiacris, and Gobule? Maybe. There's also the long shot predictions about Nibblesnarf and Glacial Ignactor showing up. I was nowhere near as sure about Blangonga as I was about Nursilla, but I was right. Let's see if I may be right about the rest. The 2 most likely, I think, are either going to be Legiacris, because they know we love Legiacris, or Kurapeko, because again, all the interesting interactions that could have. Sweet Tarigog Mazios, let me be right about my boy Laggy. I want to fight him again. Oh, it feels good to be right. Anyway, to celebrate my second correct Wilds prediction, here is a unfortunately creepy unfortunately creepy Blangonga mask that's currently being sold for 50 zenny. I have two questions I would like to ask all of you watching. If I were to do a makeshift campaign or a campaign with another similar company, would you buy the plushie? And subsequently, what kind of plushie would you like to see me do if I were to actually do this? Right now, this is purely hypothetical. If I were to do this, I would need to do a fair amount of research, figure out the legalities, figure out how rights would work, figure out how it would work with anonymity, see what I need to do, see what whatever company I would go with if I do this needs to do, all of that. So before I even really think about going down that rabbit hole, I want to ask, would you be interested? And if I were to actually do this, what kind of plushie would you want? Heck, I could set it up to where you as the audience collectively help me design it. I could do a series of videos where I do one part of it and then the top comment picks the next part to get added or something to that effect. Or maybe I could do what I'm working on here, Grebo the dog thing. We're slowly closing in on 1,000 subscribers, so maybe I could do it to celebrate that. I don't know. But like I said, if I want to even begin to seriously think about this, I need to know. How many of you would be interested? Please tell me. I think the way it works with Makeshift is you need to have either 200 or 300 people who are willing to pre-order for them to start the limited run. And it seems like the standard price is about $30 American per plushie, but I am not 100% on that. Like I said, I'd have to actually do a significant amount of research if we're going to do this. So, should I start looking into this or not? Pause this video. Did you do it? Good. I'm testing out an illusion. When the video is paused, the moving objects should be invisible, but when the video is playing, you should be able to just barely see them. Please let me know which version of this works best. In December of 2020, I made my first short video. Now, over 2 years later, I'm remaking it.
Witness my evolution.
Oh, it's midnight. It was 8 o'clock 12 seconds ago. Damn you, insomnia! I want to challenge my audience. I know at least a few of you are artists in your own right, and I love seeing your artwork when you post it to the channel Discord. So I have spontaneously decided to do an art competition. In the channel Discord, there is now a channel called Lightsaber Art Competition. The rules are simple. Post your lightsaber or legally distinct energy sword artwork by March 3rd, and I will compile your submissions into a video with credit, of course, and let the comments vote on which they like best. This is, of course, entirely voluntary, but I want to see what you guys can do. I will accept any art medium you want. You can do it physically or digitally. You can paint it, model it in a 3D program. Heck, you could even do it as Minecraft pixel art if you want. As long as your submission is PG and not plagiarized, I will accept it. Once again, the deadline is March 3rd, and if you don't know, you can find a link to the channel Discord in the channel's description on YouTube. I hope to see you there. Well, there's really only one thing that comes to mind for that. Whoa, that's enough of that. Don't want to get copyright struck. Yeah, there's no way I can use any of the music I actually want to put on this. I mean, at the very least, I wish I could have used the original theme from 54 and Persecution of the Masses from Shin Godzilla, but that's not happening. So, stock music it is. But I also couldn't just do one version of the King of the Monsters either. I decided to make some sort of composite Godzilla, because why not? I got a little bit of Heisei Godzilla in here, some Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters All Out Attack. There's a fair bit of Shin Godzilla in here, a little bit of Monsterverse, a little bit of Godzilla Earth, added in a little sprinkling of Singular Point, and even a tad bit of -1, which I still haven't actually seen. I was initially thinking about having a little bit of Invasion of Godzilla in here, but I decided to stick with official versions rather than fan works. Not that I even remotely have anything against fan works, there's a lot of them that I very much enjoy. I also thought about putting a little bit of Space Godzilla in here, but I decided against that too. And yes, I know Space Godzilla isn't Godzilla. It's, I think, Biolante's cells that re-evolved inside of a black hole, if I'm remembering correctly. But it's a cool design, and I thought about doing some elements of it, but I ultimately decided against it. I kept intending to put Godzilla Earth's beard on this, but I ended up deciding against it because it didn't seem to look right in my head. You'll see here in a little while where I was going to originally have him have active Godzilla Earth's, was it variable permeability field, force field thing he had, but I ultimately didn't like how that looked, so I scrapped it, but in lore for this thing, he does have it, because I wanted him to be a composite of all of the Godzillas I was shoving into him. Meaning, not only does he have Earth's force field, but he also has Earth's immensely powerful atomic breath and his super oscillatory wave, aka the dubstep beam. It can blast its beams out of its dorsal spikes and its tail like Shin Godzilla, and it also has Shin's adaptability. I think -1 has the fastest, or at least some of the fastest healing we've seen in Godzilla media, so let's say he has -1's healing rate. He probably gets some soul-based ability from GMK, though I'm not exactly sure what that would be. He gets Legendary's magic healing radiation environmental restoration ability, which honestly, if you couple that with Earth's terraforming of, well, Earth, and Shin Godzilla's adaptability, you might just have an Invasion of Godzilla scenario, or a Godzilla Black Mass scenario anyway, even without their inclusion. I think Heisei also has mutagenic G-cells, though I don't know, I'm not sure. That might have been Showa era. It's been a long time since I've seen the old rubber suit Godzillas. But I do think Heisei is probably the smartest of the Godzillas in this mix, so let's give him his intelligence. Or at least I would say that, but I also put in Singular Point in this, and I don't know how actually intelligent Singular Point Godzilla's higher dimensional true form is. So, But because Singular Point is in here, he does have access to some degree of higher dimensional shenanigans, as well as the archetype, aka the red dust, the higher dimensional particle that can do theoretically anything. and also time travel, kind of, sort of, but not really, but it's predetermined, but not. I don't know, Singular Point was really confusing. Good, but really confusing. Hang on, isn't Monsterverse Godzilla psychic? Because I think in the spin-off novels, he's psychic and can at the very least sense the other kaiju, or maybe it's not psychic so much as like it's a sonar thing. I don't know. I think I'm getting too far into the weeds here. If you want, you can try and calculate what everything this Godzilla would be able to do in the comments, because I'm not gonna try and do that any more than I already did. But before I leave you to the rest of me making this, I have one more thing I do need to say. There's currently an art competition going on if you want to take part in it. You see, I know that at least several of you are all artists in your own right, and so I have set forth the challenge to you all to do either a lightsaber or similar enough legally distinct laser sword. Then, post that artwork into the Discord channel for the contest, and I will compile them into a video, share my thoughts on them, and let the comments vote on which one they think is best. I will, of course, credit everyone who submits something. I want to see what you all can do with the prompt, and if this goes well, I might continue to do more in this vein with different prompts. But this does hinge entirely on all of you. If you don't submit anything, then said video won't get made. I leave it in your hands. if you've watched enough of my more recent videos, you probably know that I love the Monster Hunter franchise. And with the release of Monster Hunter Wilds being just around the corner, I wanted to harken back to where, for me, it all started. Monster Hunter Tri. A game I have played since before I could fully read. Dear Gog, I hope they bring back underwater combat at some point. It's been a while since I've done some space art. I've had stars and even a space background and a couple of different things, but I haven't done specifically space in a while. If we're counting spray painting, I think the last one I did was around the middle of December. And if we're talking purely digital, I think the last one was closer to Halloween. It's honestly kind of odd that I haven't done some space art in a while. For a good chunk of time, it was the main thing I did. Feels good to go back to it. I might do some more. If you enjoyed this, please leave a like on the video, because it does really help. Maybe let me know what you think in the comments, and if you haven't, please subscribe. We're getting really close to hitting 1,000, and that would be amazing, so if you haven't, I would greatly appreciate you doing that. But either way, enjoy the art. I've been working on what you just saw for the past 3 days now. The first day, or I suppose I should say the first evening I worked on this, I made a bunch of different random, vaguely mechanical parts. Now, the video I saw that made me think of doing this suggested using a bunch of different asset libraries that you can get for Blender, whether they be free or paid, but I didn't want to do that. I guess to put it simply, I don't like to make it easier on myself if I don't need to. Which is why when it comes to Blender, I almost never use textures other people have made or assets other people have made, and I only use a very small amount of add-ons. The only real exception to that is if I am not so much using a pre-provided material, but following along with a guide to make my own. And heck, I rarely even reuse my own stuff that I've made. If at all possible, I prefer to make things from scratch each time. Now, part of that is so I can either learn what I'm doing or improve and refine on it with practice, but I will admit that there is probably a big chunk of it that's just ego-driven. I want to be able to do it all, so I try and do it all. But that is entirely just me. If you want to use pre-built assets, go for it. There is absolutely nothing wrong with doing that. And honestly, in a lot of cases, it's probably the smarter thing to do. And it is about this point where I start using one of the few add-ons I do have. More specifically, the Extra Mesh Object and Extra Curve Object add-ons, although I don't actually use the curves. I just thought about it. As the name implies, both of these add-ons add a couple extra options for you to start to work off of. And for the Extra Mesh Objects, it actually allows you to tweak a bunch more settings than the standard default items let you. I think I just ended up using the Pipe, Gear, and Honeycomb objects that it gives you, but I'm not sure if that's the case, because I can't remember if the single vert option is part of Extra Mesh or a default option. I think the single vertice is a base Blender thing, but I'm not entirely sure because I've had Extra Mesh on for a very long time at this point, and I don't remember. Oh, and if you don't know, the way to use add-ons and extensions in Blender is you go into Edit, down to Preferences, and then you'll have add-ons and extensions, and you can find the ones you want and enable them. I'll mention the few other add-ons I use as I go throughout this video, but there is one I didn't actually use that I have enabled, so I'll briefly mention it here. Cell Fracture basically allows you to take a model you've made and then break it. Basically, you click on your object, Object Quick Effects, Cell Fracture, fiddle with the settings however you want, and then turn it on, and it will break that model into a bunch of smaller pieces that you can then, say, make into rigid bodies to have it fall and collapse, or manually animate them exploding apart, or whatever you want to do with it. Back when I did the Yogg-Sothoth video, that was how I shattered and moved the pieces of the gate around. So you can do quite a lot with it, but for this video I just used the basic Quick Effect Explode. There really isn't much to cover over what I'm actually doing right now because I'm just modeling a bunch of vaguely mechanical shapes. So I'm going to speed the rest of this bit up until we get to where I actually start assembling the robot. I had a brief false start here where I wanted to use one of the objects as a kind of like a hip joint, but I ended up changing my mind. But after that, I decided to use the single vert object with a skin and subdivision and mirror modifier on it, not quite in that order, to make a kind of like chassis frame. And I used one of the parts I'd already made as a kind of vague reference for the shape I wanted it to be. From there, I started grabbing the different pieces I had made off to the side, duplicating them, bringing the duplicate over, and positioning them in a way that kind of made sense. I had one part that ended up kind of looking like some kind of sci-fi generator battery thing, so I kind of mounted it in the front, and then everything else just kind of flowed from there. The main thing that helped with assembling all of these in a interlocking mechanical way was using cursor to object, object to cursor. And what I mean by that is if you right-click an object, there'll be a little menu that comes out to the side called Snap. And you can say Snap Cursor to Object, which will put your 3D cursor onto the little orange dot that's the origin of your object. And then from there, you can snap Object to Cursor, which will take whatever object you do that with and put its origin right where your cursor is. And then from there, moving an object along a specific constraint helps line everything up in a way that doesn't get it angled weirdly. And if you don't know me, you press G to grab an object, and then either Z, X, or Y to constrain an object to moving only in the Z, X, or Y directions. You can also do the same thing with either S to scale or R to rotate, where you constrain it to one of the aforementioned axes, so it only scales on that axis or only rotates on that axis. And if you press the button again, it'll scale off of the object's axis, not the world axis. So say you want to move something up in the direction that up is for the object but not the world, press G, Z, and Z again, and you'll move it in the object's up-down rather than the world's up-down. And that is actually pretty important for how I ended up animating the arms of this and posing it in general. We'll get into that a little bit more when I start merging stuff together and parenting. Once I had all the robot's parts how I wanted them, I cleared out the extra from the scene and then started doing the material shading, texturing stuff, which was actually partially a mistake. See, what I should have done is just assign everything a blank, unaltered material where I wanted different materials, and then done my object joining and object parenting, and then edited the materials, but I didn't do that for some reason. And it is in the shader editor where I make very slight use of one of the other add-ons I have, which is the Node Wrangler. And the Node Wrangler pretty much just gives you a couple extra hotkeys and makes organizing nodes a little bit easier. For example, the main thing I use it for is when you have a node selected that can be mapped, pressing Ctrl T will open a mapping setup on the node, rather than you having to manually add the two different parts to make a mapping setup. Most of the shading editing is pretty simple. The main thing is that there is a displacement node with at least one texture plugged into it. In most cases, there's a texture plugged into a texture plugged into the displacement. And what that does is add all the grooves, ridges, bumps, pits, and all of that to the material. It takes it from looking like a flat color to something with depth. However, remember when I said I made a mistake by doing this here instead of later on? When you join multiple objects together into one object, they are, well, joined, which means they have a different geometry. And because of that, when you join things that have a texture on them to each other, it messes with all the texture settings. So, after I joined everything together that I was going to join together, I had to go back and re-edit all the textures. Which also meant I had to then go to the other instance of those textures on smaller objects, duplicate them to where the smaller objects had a different version of that texture, and then tweak the smaller object's version of the texture differently to where it made sense for the smaller version. Which is why I should have just left it as a plain flat color and then edited all the textures after I had joined everything. Oh, I should have mentioned before any of that is before you do any of the shading and joining, you should first set all of the objects' transforms, because otherwise it will mess everything up. You hit Control A and then scale and rotation, but not location. And what that does is make the object's positioning its new default, because if you don't do that, it will mess up with the parenting and the textures. And more specifically, it'll cause things to rotate really weirdly and not at all how it's supposed to, so make sure you do that first. After that, I made sure to join everything together in a way that matched how it was supposed to rotate, meaning that the object's origin point would be where it's supposed to rotate. And then I parented the different objects together in a chain to where the torso was the final thing that everything else was stuck to, either directly or indirectly. So each fingertip is parented to the next segment up on the finger, is parented to the final segment, is parented to the block that rotates, is parented to the next section of the arm, up and on until you get to the torso. Then you just duplicate and mirror it, stick it on the other side, and you have both arms. Pretty much the same deal for the legs. And then everything else is parented directly to the torso. Doing it like this meant I didn't have to deal with any kind of armature or rigging and could just animate the different parts of the robot to move everything. Then it was time to set up the rest of the scene. I used the Dynamic Sky add-on to, as the name implies, to create a sky. Then I put down a flat plane, gave it a couple subdivisions, and used the Sculpt tool to smooth it around a little bit to where it was a bit uneven, more ground-like. And then I made it a quick dirt texture. Then I added a hair emitter to the plane and tweaked with its settings to create my grass. Then I popped over to GIMP and made a quick bush image. I then brought that image into Blender as a mesh plane, duplicated it and positioned it a couple times so it looked three-dimensional, and joined it back together. Then I added another hair modifier to the ground plane that used render as object instead of path, and it had it render the bush object across the plane to scatter some more bushes around. Then, with my robot posed how I wanted it, I duplicated all of its parts and joined the duplicates into a single object, so I'd have a single object that was the exact same as my multi-part robot. Then I started using the final add-on I have, which is IvyGen, which, as the name implies, generates ivy and vine structures. And depending on how you configure it as you're using it, you can tell it to either have leaves or not have leaves when it generates the vines. The way it works is you put your 3D cursor either on or nearby an object, hit IvyGen, and it will grow an ivy structure from where your cursor is to and over the object you select. Or up from the object, depending on how your settings are set. With IvyGen, I had a couple grow over the single object robot and a couple others spread throughout the scene. I made another texture for the vines, and then I used the same bush image as the leaves. And although I didn't record that part, I animated the robot's arms spinning around and used Quick Effect Explode on the ivy constraining it, and had it break free. If you've enjoyed this video, please leave a like and consider subscribing. Talk to me in the comments if you want. I do read everything. And let me know what you think about me explaining what I'm doing. Most of the time I'll just give a little statement at the beginning and then let the music play. But I've been asked to talk more, so let me know what you think. So, while you all watch me attempt to model Nursilla, I am going to be talking about Monster Hunter for the next however long this video turns out to be. I'm probably not going to explain things too much, so if you're not a fan of the franchise, this is probably going to sound like gibberish. You've been warned. Now then, disclaimer out of the way, once more with feeling, I called it! A few days ago on a different video, I said Nursilla was going to be in Monster Hunter Wilds, and last night we got a trailer that showed exactly that. I was also right when I called it that there was going to be an ice map, but that's not too big of a guess, because basically every Monster Hunter game has had an ice map. Now the question is, will I be correct about the other monsters I half speculated, half wish were going to be in Wilds? I don't know, we'll see. But the trailer, in addition to proving you right about Nursilla and the ice map, also showed some really cool things. Firstly, it seems like Arkveld can absorb the elements of monsters it hunts. We see it smacking down Raydao in the trailer, and then its wing chain things start to crackle with lightning, so it seems like it can imbue its wing weapons with elemental energy, because later we see it flare up with dragon element. So, was it hunting something with dragon element? I mean, it has to have been, right? And in the trailer, they say it's absorbing energy from Raydao, so yeah, it has to be able to somehow take elemental power from monsters and apply it to itself. Which, that is really cool no matter how it actually works. Then we got the drop that there's going to be Gormagala, which is huge and insane, because there's no way a game like Wilds that's so focused on making the ecosystem and environment feel real that has Gormagala in it is not gonna do something insane with the Frenzy virus. Especially since we see the Ace Lancer showing up as part of that drop. So honestly, I think they called him in when they found evidence of Gormagala, because he knows about Gormagala and the Frenzy virus, because he's got first-hand experience from the 4th gen games. I mean, that was something I loved about World, how it had a couple characters from the 4th gen in it, too. And again, it makes sense that the guild or the research commission, however, would have called him in to help investigate and deal with the threat of a Gormagala, because that's potentially an entire ecosystem getting devastated if that gets out of control. Because again, if you got Gormagala, you have to have Frenzy virus and Frenzy afflicted monsters, so you basically have a zombie apocalypse, but even worse going on. So there's no way that's not going to be a huge story beat. So not only do we have what we've seen so far of the story, we got the kid from the Seeker Keepers tribe, who's like, Arkvel destroyed his village. He's trying to find his village. We're trying to help him. We got the other tribes from the different regions and whatever's going on there. But we also have a Gormagala Frenzy virus plotline happening too, which I was very much not expecting. We also just got a brief look at the Ice Shard Cliffs, the aforementioned ice map, which includes a new flying Leviathan species. Apparently it's called Hirobami, and it works kind of like Amatsu does, where it doesn't so much fly as it hovers and basically hangs in the air using strong wind currents, which, is it making those wind currents itself? Or like Amatsu? Or is it just the Ice Shard Cliffs has extremely strong wind currents, kind of like how the Coral Highlands does in World? I think it is supposed to be that wind-catching membranes just catch the extremely strong wind currents of the environment, not it's flying through wind manipulation. But I could be wrong. Maybe it's a little bit A, a little bit of B. There's also a brief moment where we catch a glimpse of what I'm pretty sure is probably going to be the apex of the Ice Shard Cliffs, but all we see it do is spew out a bunch of ice smoke or fog, so we don't really know what's going on there, and we only see it in shadow. But I'm pretty sure it's another Leviathan. And if... Wait, what if... I don't think that Apex is this, but what if the Ice Shard Cliffs also has Glacial Ignactor? That'd be awesome. That part's just pure speculation, but it would be really cool. But between Hirobami, Uthduna, and whatever this Apex, or maybe if it's not even the Apex of the region is, we have at least 3 Leviathans. Or, oh, maybe the Apex isn't a Leviathan. It could also be a Snake Wyvern. Yeah, I just went back and looked at the trailer again. I think whatever that is, it might actually be a Snake Wyvern, which would be crazy, because we haven't seen one of those confirmed for Wilds yet. I don't know. It's either a Snake Leviathan, or not a Snake Leviathan. It's either a Snake Wyvern or a Leviathan, but I'm not sure which. But it definitely has an ice breath, and whatever it is, it looks cool. But going back to Nursilla, we also got to see a little bit of its turf war with Gypsyros, which Gypsyros being in Wilds was most of why I was so confident that we were going to get Nursilla. But we see Nursilla wrapping Gypsyros up with webbing, and then Gypsyros using its flashbang crest to get free, which was really cool to see. If you don't know, the reason why I was so sure that we were going to have Nursilla because of Gypsyros, and why Nursilla looks like it does, is because it skins and then wears the skin of a Gypsyros as part of how it does its thing. If I remember correctly, it's because Nursilla is naturally weak to the thunder element, but because Gypsyros' hide is basically rubber, it insulates her from the lightning. And being the smart spider she is, she basically makes her own armor. I think it also helps with her making her poison too, but that could just be entirely something I made up. Still, it is really cool to actually see that predatory interaction actually occurring, at least partially. Part of the reason I'm so excited for Nursilla is because I never actually got to hunt her, because I've never actually played any of the 4th gen games. Which is also why I'm really excited about Gore Magala, but I didn't predict him, so, you know. Oh, I just thought of something. If Hirabami works kind of like how Amatsu works, what if we get Amatsu as one of our big in-game Elder Dragons? That would be awesome. They're very high up on the list of monsters I want to hunt but haven't got to yet. Amatsu uses the Leviathan skeleton and floats through the air like Hirabami seems to, so I mean, maybe. It's kind of like my speculation about having the Blango and Blanganga, because we have Kongalala, we have an ice map. Maybe we get the Snow Baboon? Speculation time, yes. Oh. We already have the amphibian skeleton with Chatacabra. I think that's how you're supposed to say him. We have the amphibian skeleton in Wilds. So what about Zamtrios? Zamtrios would be another crazy and fun one to have in Wilds. Be a nice mid-tier monster for the Ice Shard Cliffs and be kind of fun. I do really enjoy the more comedic monsters, so having the Balloon Shark would be great. Top of the list of monsters I would love to see return, though, still has to be Legiacris. I know we wouldn't get to fight him underwater, because Wilds doesn't have underwater combat, but it would still be glorious to see him fully realized like Wilds would do. Again, Kurapeko would also be a fantastic addition, because the interactions it could have with other monsters, with its ability to mimic monster calls, it'd be really cool to see that play out in Wilds. And again, I think Gobule would work in the Scarlet Forest pretty well. And you know what, maybe throw a Nibblesnarf as a little treat in the Windward Plains. I don't know, I'm just so excited for this game to come out. I mean, they've already given us an octopus monster, what more can we really ask for at this point? Well, actually, there is one thing. The Equal Dragon Weapon. We're bouncing the Zamtrios from speculation into pure, it would be cool though, wouldn't it, territory, but I really want to see the Equal Dragon Weapon actually have something done with it. Even if it's just like an acknowledgement that it was a thing the guild found. But actually seeing it play out in game as a hunt would be insane. Like, have it be a giant siege quest. And like, unlike everything else, it's actively, like, you can see malice in how it acts. Like, take a cue from Nakarkalos and have it have like different parts from a bunch of different monsters that it can use to do all sorts of different stuff with. It'd be awesome. Like, give it like a tail that's a Dragonator, so it can do like a tail jab spear attack, then it shoots the Dragonator blade out. Give it like, I don't know, give it a turret on its shoulder, why not? You know, it'd be awesome. This thing's supposed to be from the ancient civilization's war with the Elder Dragons. It would be, you can do whatever you want with it. It'd be insane to see it. And given how Wild seems to have a very respect the balance of nature tenet of the guild focus, couple that with this being a place that the guild has never had contact with. We thought there was no one there, but there's actually people here. And then we have all this ancient civilization ruins and all the machinery in the oil well basin. I mean, it kind of screams remnants of the ancient civilization to me. And it seems like the people of this land either have no concept of monster hunting at all, or are like way too into the idea to where, you know, they're threatening to upset the balance of nature. They don't have that responsibility of ethics that the guild kind of does. Or at least that was the vibe I was getting from the few character scenes we've seen. We got a couple theme motifs of like recklessness and hubris going on. And it gives me just a little hint, little taste of like the ancient civilization just slaughtering massive amounts of dragons to build their giant tower and stuff. And then Fatalis getting uppity about it. And wiping out Shrade. I don't know, just a little taste there, a little hint there. Maybe, probably not. Almost certainly not, but it'd be really cool, you know? We're almost certainly not getting the Equal Dragon Weapon, but just imagine if it was in Wilds in place of like how World had Xeno'jiiva. That'd be really cool. Incredibly unlikely, but really cool. I just really love Monster Hunter, and I cannot wait for the 28th when Wilds comes out. It's gonna be awesome. If you like Monster Hunter, please share your speculations about Wilds with me. I'd love to hear them. And if you're not a fan of Monster Hunter or just haven't interacted with the franchise yet, A, I highly recommend it, and B, thank you for sticking around listening to me rant about it for 12 minutes now, just about. If you somehow managed to enjoy this, please leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you! And yes, I can. However, as you'll see, I kinda struggled with it for a while. I had to completely redo the lights a couple of times. I ended up having to cheat just a little bit by using the warp tool to get the final version, instead of just doing it by hand. But it eventually ends up pretty decent. It just took me a couple of hours to get there, but it's something to refine and work on in future artworks. If you like this, or want to see me do something else, let me know in the comments. Like I said in the video this request comes from, I do read all the comments, and if you have something you'd like to see me do, let me know. As long as it's not something the YouTube overlords would probably frown upon, I'll most likely give it my best shot. That said, I kinda wanna do either an acrylic painting or an ink painting next, so let me know what you think. And if you haven't, like and subscribe. I hope y'all have a good new year. I got multiple requests to do a penguin, and like I said last time, I kinda want to do an ink painting, and the Tuxedo Burb is probably one of the best choices for that. So, here we go. I do have a couple more requests to get to, but if you've got something you'd like to see me do, let me know in the comments. As long as it's nothing that's gonna get me smited by YouTube, of course. You could also just say hi, or let me know what you think of my art. I do read everything. And of course, if you'd like to see more, like and subscribe. I mean, sure. Weird request, but okay. However, you're not gonna get to see all of the process. Apparently, about halfway through, my recording software decided to stop working. About an hour's worth of footage is just a still image of me being partway through trolling it. So I'm just gonna cut that part out, and you're only gonna get to see the first half of me making this. Yeah, I'm sorry. But you can use it in the Discord if you want. So there's that at least. Thank you. And maybe? I'm not sure if what I ended up with counts. To my understanding, Gothic artwork is almost entirely architectural, which I did do a little bit of, but going off your username, you probably meant more along the lines of Gothic in the sense of, well, goth, but I could be wrong. Aside from cathedrals, the main thing Google gave me when I was looking for reference images was people wearing goth. I'm still pretty bad at doing people, though, but I still wanted to try and do something in that vein. The only other thing that really seemed to fit the aesthetic in my brain was a creepy tree, so I kind of mashed the idea of a goth portrait with a creepy tree, and so I kind of made this like dress shape out of the trunk and roots, and then slapped a vaguely feminine shaped torso on it that looked like it was carved out of a chunk of the tree. And because hands suck, I turned those into branches, which I had roughly cup around where I wanted the moon. Don't get me wrong, I do like how this ended up turning out. I'm just not sure if it counts as a Gothic. I ended up making a couple different versions with different filters and saturation levels, the last of which I think got the vibe the most. I think I was going too colorful before that. Let me know what you all think in the comments. Did I actually get the aesthetic? Do you like the artwork itself? You could also just say hi. I do read everything people comment and I do appreciate it. And of course, if you have something you would like to see me attempt, you can also leave a request in the comments. Provided, of course, it is not something YouTube would hunt me for, and I will in most likelihood attempt it. I would also like to encourage you to like and subscribe. Yeah, I don't know where the vampire voice came from. I hope you enjoyed. But what if I animate it instead? I'll be honest, I missed the fact that you specified draw, so my apologies. Not really sure how I did that. I didn't realize I'd made the mistake until I was several hours into making this, and I didn't want the animation to go to waste, so let me know if I should do a do-over. Alright. I'm pretty sure you mean the... So those are what I'm gonna do. But I could be wrong, and if I am, I apologize. Given that this is a real place, I am going to be using a reference image very heavily, to the point where I'm pretty much tracing from it, if I'm being honest. Might be considered cheating, but I wanted to make it as close as possible to the actual mountain range. If you have thoughts on the matter, you can let me know in the comments. You could also just let me know what you think of the artwork in general, or just say hi. And if you have something you'd like to see me do, you can also let me know. As long as it's not something that will get me struck down by YouTube, because unfortunately I won't come back more powerful than you can imagine. It doesn't have to be a pixel art request either. If you want, you can take a look around my channel page to see what other mediums I work in. Though, if you want to see some spray painting, you're gonna have to wait for a while because it's too cold. But every other kind of art I do, including Joycraft, is on the table. So again, if you'd like to see any of that, let me know. And of course, if you haven't, please like and subscribe. We're getting really close to 1,000 subscribers, and that is insane. There is actually a chance I might get monetized this year, which would be fantastic. And I would greatly appreciate your help getting there. I'm working on a larger project, and it's probably going to take me at least another day, if not more, to do. But I don't want to leave you with nothing in the interim, so here's a quick teaser. I still have a massive amount of animation that I need to do on what I'm working on, and it's become clear to me that that's going to take even longer than what I initially thought. So here's another quick teaser of part of what I have so far. Though keep in mind this is not the finished version of this animation. I have to animate so many more hands. The second armature failed. I got asked to put my own spin on this cryptid analog horror monster thing that got posted to the Discord. You'll see me flip back to it a couple times. I wanted to credit the artist of the original image, but I couldn't find them, or the image itself anywhere outside the Discord, which is weird considering I am formally trained and skilled in doing that. But it becomes less weird when I started noticing some stuff as I was looking closer at the image while working on this. The mouth, arms, feet, and what's either an extra arm or a tail on the original image are scrungled, for lack of a better word. in a way which makes me think the original image might have been AI generated. And considering that I couldn't find the original source of the image, that makes me think it was AI even more. I ended up exaggerating the spine ridge the original had into an almost Godzilla plate-like design, probably because I've been looking at a lot of horror Godzilla fan works lately, so some of that seeped in. I hope you enjoyed the video, even if it is not the best. I'm still pretty rough at doing creatures. You can, of course, let me know what you think in the comments, or just say hi. If you've got something you'd like to see me do, let me know. If you want to see more, like and subscribe. And just for this video, let me know if there's an interesting horror series you want me to check out. I've been in the mood for that lately. I could draw that, but I think doing it like this is more funny. It took me a minute to get to it, but yeah. Of course, with it just being a headshot and how compressed the image is, I had to get a little creative. Hope you enjoy. It certainly took me a minute, but yes. Though I almost didn't. Not because I didn't want to, but because when I was almost finished, GIMP decided to try and crash on me, and I realized I had forgotten to save. Thankfully, by
Offering the plea of continued functionality to the Omnissiah.
and stepping away and not touching anything for about 20 minutes, I was able to prevent it from doing so. It did give me an excuse to use the Mechanicus voice effect, though, so there's that at least. Hope you enjoy the video.
I think I can make something of this. Enjoy.
I mean, alright.
Behold! The holy sword of Vrolesnarama.
Yes, I did just make up a bunch of syllables on the spot there. I don't know, I just like making fantasy and sci-fi weapons. But hey, new year, let's go!
I want to try making art out of a random splatter again. Also, I have a third arm now. It's a little wonky to control.
The shape I ended up with kind of reminded me of Grimbo Splimbo from that early 2000s kid show. What was it? Forest Circle, Forest Clearing. The Forest Clearing, that was the name of it. Yeah. I remember it being like kind of a mix between Yo Gabba Gabba and Blue's Clues. I might be a little wrong on that though. The whole thing was like a fever dream, thinking about it now. But yeah, I'm making this into Grimbo Splimbo. You guys remember the Forest Clearing? Because I was trying to see if I could find the theme song for it, but I couldn't, so I had to go with this stock music. It was the closest thing I could find. Honestly, though, it really sucked that it ended on a cliffhanger like that. I mean, everyone going missing, and then you were supposed to find them in the next episode, and you never did. Because, the next episode was supposed to be the next season, and then the show got canceled. Oh well. Anyways, here's Grimbo Splimbo from the Forest Clearing. I'm gonna do something I haven't done in about 5 years. Make some jewelry. More specifically, I'm making a pair of earrings for my... because her birthday is relatively soon. Anyways... likes garnets and skulls, so I'm using these silver skulls and some garnet chips. The thing made out of connects in the background was supposed to be a holder for my phone while I was recording this, but it didn't work out. For having not done this in 5 years, I think this turned out pretty well. I hope you like your earrings. Last time I did a splatter painting, I showed off I had a third arm. But now, here's my fourth. Weirdly enough, this also looked like another character from the Forest Clearing. The splatter pattern looks exactly like Grebo the dog thing. Like, I know some people last time said they don't remember the Forest Clearing, but come on, you remember Grebo the dog thing. He was like the only merchandise the show had. He had 2 different plushie runs. There was just the normal one where it was just Grebo the dog thing, and then there was the Wishing Star version after the one special. I really wanted one of those Grebo plushies when I was a kid. I didn't care which version, but I never got one, and then they stopped production when the show was canceled. I mean, look at him, he's so squishable! Yeah, I'm still kind of salty I never got one. But yeah, here's Grebo the dog thing. Surely you at least remember him, right? I have been stuck dealing with art block for the past couple of days, and it is getting on my nerves to an insane degree. So you know what? We're going full on damn the torpedoes and just doing something. And hopefully, this ends up being cool. If not, hopefully it'll bust through the blockage. I'm doing another space painting. This time I'm also trying out using a bit of a sponge for some texture. That does mean I have to rinse the sponge at times though. The clouds I was trying to go for on this plant weren't working out though, so I had to reflavor it. I ended up making it more Earth-like than I originally intended.
More texture.
And some highlighting.
Shadow time.
Some nebulonic galaxy arm thingamabob swoopification.
The absolute void of space.
lessening of the void via stellar bodies. And there we go.
I think it's time for the call to action, so like and subscribe, please.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decaying form to Mumra, the ever-living!
Why is it that whenever I do one of these random shaped splatter paintings, I almost always get a character from the forest clearing? Also, why am I like the only person that seems to remember the forest clearing? Oh well. This time the splatter ended up looking like Murd the Miscreant, so we're going with that. And since apparently I'm the only person who's ever watched the thing, Murd was kind of like the Bob Goblin of the show, if you've seen Wall of Kazam and know that character. Murd was the trouble-causing old gremlin that incited like half of the episode's events. He wasn't like malicious or anything, he was just chaotic. He was there so the show could have some moral lessons, so be like, look kids, don't be like Murd. You should ask for things instead of grabbing them, or have basic manners. Then at the end of the episode, he'd learn his lesson and then forget it by the next one. You know the kind of character I'm talking about, you get the idea. Murd the Miscreant of the Forest Clearing. Seriously though, why am I the only person that seems to remember the show? I don't get it.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment, that kind of stuff.
It is finally snowing! Which means I can finally do art with snow in it without forcing myself to. Which is why I'm painting a little snowy forest scene. Winter is my favorite season, and it has finally decided to show up. It's several months late, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Now that my trees are done, we're going to do a rough little gray line for the horizon. Then we're going to use the little bit of paint that's left over from that, dop a few gray lines for some shadows, and come back with some light blue over that. Plus a little bit of light purple down towards the bottom. We're going to brush some extremely watered down blue over everything above the horizon line. Do that again with a little bit of purple and then a bit more blue at the very bottom of it. Then we're going to come in and put some gray at the very top. A bit more gray around the base of the trees for some more shadowing and some more in the sky. And then we're going to flick out a bunch of white specks all over it for some falling snow. And one slight touch up at the very bottom. A simple little painting of some snowy woods.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment, watch my other videos, all that kind of stuff. You know the drill, you've watched YouTube before.
We're going to quickly do a planet and lay down some
Texture.
Before starting the main thing I want to do this video, I had a rough idea for a new way of doing nebulas that I wanted to play with. And now that their initial forms are splotched in, we're going to start to bring in
The void of space.
everywhere in and around the nebula, and occasionally touching up the nebula as I do so. Getting the orangey-red nebula to bleed into the black of space was trickier than I thought, especially with how I did it. I alternated between very thin down black and more of my nebula juice, trying to get it to blend how I wanted it. Then I realized the planet was a little wonky, so I gave the slight highlight edge. And then I swapped out my black for a very dark blue and went over everything one more time. When I got things mostly how I liked them, I quickly flicked out some stars
Warped the fabric of space-time.
for a cool transition effect, and now here we are. It's not my best space painting, but like I said, I wanted to try something new.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment, all that stuff.
I made my biggest acrylic painting yet. It's also my longest video yet, because I didn't speed this one up. You see, college is starting back up the same day this video gets posted, so my upload schedule is gonna go all wonky. And because of that, I wanted to make a long video to help tide you guys over till whenever the next video comes out. So if you want to see me make this at the rate that I actually made it, while fumbling through explaining what I'm trying to do, click the related video link, or if that's not an option for what you're watching this on, go to my channel and watch it there. But if you don't want to spend an hour watching me make this painting, you do have to at least like this video.
It is time for tiny space painting. Yes.
Okay, so I was originally going to be a weird little goblin creature about this one, but I legitimately accidentally made my way into what I think is my best painting yet. I thought I was just going to do a simple little space painting, be a little silly about it, be a little goofy, but without meaning to, I made something that, again, is my new favorite. I don't even know how it ended up looking as good as it ended up, because I wasn't even really trying that hard, and I don't mean that in a bragging way. I legitimately just thought this was going to be a mid-tier space painting. That's why I was initially going to be weird and silly about it. I even had a fairly big mess-up happen at about right here when I accidentally splattered the stars way too hard. And yet, somehow, this ended up being my new best, at least in my opinion. At the very least, it's my best hand-painted one so far. Again, I have no idea how it ended up as good as it did. I guess I need to step back and trust the force more.
Call to action, like, subscribe, comment.
A long time before I even started this channel, I painted this. Now I'm gonna paint the same place, but smaller, and hopefully far better. While I'm painting this, I want to play a bit of a game. I want to see if any of you can recognize where I'm painting. Your first hint is the music I'm using. Your second hint is that it's from a video game. And your third is that it was on a handheld console. If you think you've got it, leave it in the comments. Still not a complete match, but way better than the old painting. Did you figure out where it is?
Call to action, like, subscribe, comment.
Not actually sure what I'm going to paint this time, so I'm just going to let the whims guide me. But for those of you wondering what this one was, it was the Snowy Mountains from Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. More specifically, Area 1 of the Snowy Mountains. Huh. You know, when I put the two together like that, I realized I was a bit more off than I thought I was. I still like it, though. There's parts of this one I like and a decent chunk of it that I don't. So I'm going to use some. And make a few improvements.
Much better.
Call to action, like, subscribe, comment.
Tiny space painting.
While I'm painting this, I wanted to let those of you who are newer to the channel know that I do other art forms aside from acrylic paintings. If you've watched my channel for more than a couple of months, you probably already know this, but for those of you who have jumped on more recently, I do pixel art in Microsoft Paint, I do other 2D digital artwork in GIMP, I make 3D stuff in Blender, and most of the time when I make stuff in Blender it's at least lightly animated. And when it's warm enough, I do spray paint artwork, which it might be warm enough to do fairly soon. I even made a pair of earrings once. Point is, I also do a fair bit of other stuff, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because with the hand-painted acrylic stuff doing so well, it kinda ate everything else algorithmically, and I just kinda wanted to let those of you who just watch my hand-painted stuff know about it. So yeah, keep an eye out for stuff in other art mediums. And here's a
Name for scale.
Call to action. Like, subscribe, comment. Also, feel free to comment art ideas.
guess what time it is? It's spray painting time. Let's start off with some glossy real orange,
Texture.
satin summer squash, gloss colonial red,
Texture.
brilliant metal finish, gloss seaside, fingers. Whatever this blue is, very light spreads. Shadow. 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 Chemical. Camouflage. Actual rock. Purple gloss. Gloss red.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
First watcher hath made a request. Found the name of this blue, it's Indigo Streamer. Cut ruby. Gloss real orange.
Texturizing.
Satin squash. Purple gloss. Brilliant metal finish. Satin lagoon. Satin moss green. Sponge. Watermelon gloss. Camouflage. Snapped rock. No, seriously, I customly napped it. Satin heirloom white. Did a good light over stars, so I'm going to start from far back. Alright, let's see what we got.
I will do the touch-ups tomorrow. Let me know if there's any other modifications you'd like me to make by hand. The Omnissiah demands you like and subscribe.
I just want to do the Mechanicus voice effect because I know how to do it and it's cool.
Alright, time for the touch-ups. Do a little bit of this Caribbean blue, and a little bit of this opaque white medium. Just mix them up together. Put a drop of this opaque aqua. Much better. Oh yeah, forgot to say I was using this opaque yellow.
So I wanted to do another random splatter shape painting, and yet again I got another forest clearing character out of it, Grib the Benoy. At this point I don't know what to think, because it's starting to get a little weird. Not only do I keep getting characters from the forest clearing showing up in the splatter patterns, but no one else seems to remember the show. Okay, one person said they did, and seemed like they actually might have, but someone else Googled it, and it didn't come up for them, and then I Googled it. Nothing came up. Someone else said this whole thing sounded like a creepypasta, and yeah, honestly, looking at it from outside, it does remind me of one. I think it was called Candle Cove, or at least a show in that one was called Candle Cove, but I don't know. I didn't intend for this one to end up looking as creepy as it did either. Honestly, aside from what he looked like, I don't really remember much about Grib the Benoy. This whole thing's weirded me out more than I want to think about.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
Didn't really know what I wanted to paint, so I decided to go with the old art staple, fruits. More specifically, a red apple. And that made me think of something else. Hit it, editor me in the future. Yeah, I'll admit the background got away from me. I was trying to make it look like a stylized falling lines thing, but didn't really work like how I wanted. But I actually do really like how the apple itself turned out, so there's that at least.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
My aunt suggested I put a light reflection highlight on the apple, and I wanted to change the background on it anyway. I also decided to throw a blueberry in there just for fun. Unfortunately though, I think the light reflection thing ended up being kind of a bad idea because it didn't really want to work. It's entirely possible I was just doing it wrong though. A little bit more work on the blueberry. And now let's swap the background out with some space, because that's kind of my go-to. Yeah, I messed up on the highlight. But the blueberry in the background looked nice.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
It's still there, you know. The dark forest. At the edge of the world you know. The barrier between the world of the real and the world of the imagined. Just past the fence line, off the beaten path. You'll find it if you look. Though in this age, who would know how? The old stories warn of its danger, and you would be right to be wary. Many dangers do lie upon its shadowed path, but those dangers are a shield, not a spear. The dark forest is the fortress gate that guards the last entrance to the land of fantasy, where dreams are made. Is it any question that the way should be guarded?
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
It's preventing times, yes. Remember your PPE and some splash. Purple gloves. Texture.
Do some twin planets.
Glass colonial red. Satan legume. Brilliant metal finoche. From way up high. The red. Israel onge. Gems. Guys, it's your boy Indigo Streamer here. Camouflage. On Albert Grounded Blade. What? Just a tad lost seaside. And that one might have been a touch overkill. There ain't no kill like overkill though, so let's do a few more likes. I like this one. Touch. Touch. Touch.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
Fan blade. Sultan Albergan. Desert rose. Satin lagoon. Real gloss orange. Gift texture. Sterling silver. Nut sandwich. Not sure why that happened. Guess it ripped off some of the thick wood covering. Indigo stream. Purple blouse. Binge. Happy accident, but the wind and puddling actually made a really cool nebula look. I'm gonna keep that. Oh, I really like this one.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
This is my last fan blade. Last of my old black, which I think might have actually not been black at all now that I'm looking at it. Glass colonial red. Lay it on. Alright. And little texturizing. Italian holy. Gloss real orange. Of course it's speckled. Well, that's good. Sterling silver. Steve douche. Indigo stream. Purple glass. Actual gloss black. Satin lagoon. Gloss seaside. Heirloom white. I kind of want to try seeing how it would look without doing the little shadow spreads. I kind of like it. I kind of don't. I'm not really sure. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I think it works on that one the best.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
I thought I hit record when I started working on this, but I guess I didn't. But you can now use this in the channel Discord, so there's that at least. If you want to see the full version of this, hit the related video button, or if you can't do that because you're watching it on TV or something, go to my channel and find it.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
It's brave painting time! Given that this will come out on the day of love, we are going to use passionate colors like cut ruby. I made a guide on how to do my style of space spray painting. It's what you're watching now, but much slower and not muted. I walk you through the basics of what you need, what you want, and how I do it. So if that interests you, go watch the video. Try it yourself, tell me how it goes. Or don't.
Only you control your destiny. Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
I kinda wanted to doodle something, so I decided to make this goofy little guy in a silly room. Look how happy he is. Just a silly little goofball in a silly room.
Late night space doodle. And when I say late night, I mean it is currently 11:26 p.m. while I'm recording the audio to go on after I did this. It'll probably get posted at about midnight, once I'm fully finished with the editing. I have insomnia. Enjoy the artwork that results.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
It's
Spray painting time. My glove rips on me. Gloss black. Satin aubergine. Colonial red. Texture. Real orange. Texture. Seaside. Brilliant metal finish. Chef. Space. Indigo streamer. Purple glass. Desert rose. Heirloom white. Watermelon. Summer squash.
I want to make something clear at the end here. That demon voice wasn't special effects.
I can just do that. It sounds even better with the effects, though. Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
So I just found out that apparently a lemon isn't naturally occurring and is a hybrid by crossbreeding a bitter orange and a citron, which means life never gave us lemons. We invented them all by ourselves!
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
It's spray painting time. Custom painting for my cousin. Gloss black. Colonial red. New sort of texturizing. Let's hit the edge with a little bit of desert rose. Just a bit. Get that off. Not sure where it came from. Gloss real orange. Indigo stream. Satin lagoon. Heirloom white. Seaside. Then we'll come back with the indigo streamer. Take our lagoon.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
It's spray painting time with post-production audio, because a couple of the video files corrupted and won't copy to my computer for some reason, and the ones that didn't corrupt had people yelling in the background. So if you notice any weird cuts, that's why. For this spray paint, I wanted to play around with different ways of doing things, experiment a little. I tried a couple new ways of texturing things and did my background a little different too.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
Yet again, it is predating time. Camouflage. Seaside.
Sterling silver.
Oh man, I'm just bringing out all of the voices today. Glass orange. Real ones, to be precise. Colonial red. That's an Albertine. Ross black.
Summer squash.
Linda Costerina.
Lagoon. Heirloom white.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
It's spray painting time. We're going to try one I haven't used before. This burnished amber. Brilliant metal finish. Italian olive. Indigo silver. Colonial red. Summer squash. Heirloom white. Strawberry fields. We're gonna do something a little different this time. Shoot. Okay, hopefully that isn't messed up. We're gonna put rocks on it this time. Anyway, desert rose. Purple gloss. Seaside. Of course we did a dribble.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment. Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment. Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment. Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
It's spray painting time! Custom painting for my sister. Sertan Alberzon. Sumer Sploosh. Might be giving problems. Heirloom White. Texture of Tap. Colonial Red. Satin Lagoon. Indigo Streamer. Brilliant metal finish. Seaside. Glass Black. Italian Olive. Desert Rose and Screaming Puppy Dogs.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
Well now, we're almost to 400 subscribers, and this semester is almost over, so you know what that means.
If we hit 400 subscribers by the time the semester's over, at about March 12th, March 13th, somewhere around there, I'll do another live stream. I might even do physical art for it this time. That's not a guarantee, though. So, if you want to see me do art of one sort or another in real time, and have at least some amount of real-time influence over said art, but are not yet subscribed, please do so. And if you are already subscribed, please stick around, and I hope to see you there when and if we do this. Hopefully we do, because last time was pretty fun. So hit subscribe if you haven't, and I'll hopefully see you there. The last time I set a subscriber livestream goal was for 200, and you guys crushed that. We were almost at 300 by the time it happened. So let's do this. Also, look at the fishies. I'm coming in here towards the end of the video to let you know that if we hit 400 subscribers by the 12th,
I'm gonna do another live stream.
we're already pretty close to the goal. So if you want to see me do art in real time, and be a guiding force on said art, subscribe and I'll see you there. I wanted to do something a bit more stylized. If we hit 400 subscribers by the 12th, I'm doing another live stream. We're already almost there. You know, I could probably create some kind of mildly pretentious diatribe about this one, more so than any other art I've done on this channel.
I could speak about how it encourages the viewer to
perceive the beauty within even the most mundane of views, how it guides the viewer to perceive the aesthetic quality of even the simplest facets of our world.
Or something like that. I could say that there's an environmentalist message, the
Trash marring the beauty of the landscape and stuff to that effect that basically boils down to pollution is bad and you should feel bad.
And I mean, yeah, kind of, that is a thing. There is beauty in simple sights and, pollution very much am the bad, but really, that's not what this is. In reality, it's a lot simpler. I've just looked out of a lot of car windows today and thought, I could draw that.
Plug time. If we hit 400 subscribers by the 12th, I'm going to do a live stream. Okay, bye.
As you know, I like to produce my art in a multitude of mediums. Well, now we're adding another. I got some watercolor paints. And these watercolor canvas postcard things. Let's try them out.
Try them out. I momentarily lost my ability to speak there.
I haven't used watercolors in over a decade, so cut me a little slack on this one. I ended up getting things too wet at first, I think. The barn chicken coop building thing is kind of a little scuffed, but I do like how the tree eventually turns out. It's not my best work, but it's far from being terrible. And again, I haven't touched the medium in a long time. Disclaimer out of the way, if we hit 400 subscribers by the 12th, I'm going to do a live stream. We are very close, so hopefully we hit it. So if you want to see me art in real time and maybe even do your ideas, hit subscribe. Call to action over, here's the painting. It was spray painting time, but as you can see, this one turned out, really bad. I don't know why. You can see how horrible it is. Thankfully, I know a forbidden technique that'll mean I don't have to have wasted these materials. Inverse painting technique.
Warning. Wizard Cat now materializing. Repeat. Wizard Cat now materializing. Wizard Cat has now manifested. Wizard Cat now dematerializing. Wizard Cat has now dematerialized.
I have no idea how it happened, but somehow the one time when I wasn't even trying, I actually end up with an okay to look at face. I know it's not that great of a face, but compared to every other time I've tried to do a face before, it actually looks okay. Maybe even somewhat decent. It's midnight. I was doing this because I have insomnia. How did I end up with something actually okay? Unfortunately, we did not hit the subscriber goal to do the live stream. We were, however, quite close to it. Compromise.
Give me your ideas.
And I will do them in a series of shorts. though there is a limiting factor in the physical realm, while art constructed from the digital realm is unhindered. I'm almost entirely out of stuff to spray paint on, and the last thing I have is reserved, so until I get more, no spray paints. Acrylic or watercolor requests are fine, though. I have those postcard canvases for those.
So give me your ideas.
Or don't, and I'll just do whatever strikes my brain at the moment like I usually do.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
You should make your speed taken over by massive giants.
How dare you, Snorby? You would strike me at my weakest? You have been here well and long enough to know my issues with constructing humanoid characters. That I am absolutely poo-poo at it. You would force me to practice that at which I am the worst. Well, I suppose I should thank you. I am still pretty bad at it, and because of that I loathe practicing it, which in turn makes it harder to improve at it, which further discourages further practice. Even I fall victim to such things.
Do you think it'll be clear that the angry tone is just a joke for the sake of the video and you're not actually mad, you're just kind of bummed that you suck at doing humanoids? Silence, clone! How did you even get out of the mad scientist dungeon?
I'm gonna be honest, this one didn't come out right. I shouldn't have made it a full front view. I'm not quite sure how I should have posed it, but the head came out wrong, and that messed with everything else. I'm not sure what I should have done different, but differently I should have done it. What I was trying to do with the scale pattern definitely didn't do it any favors either. Putting the comic filter over it helps a little bit, but yeah, I messed this one up. You know, some people say that the pen is mightier than the sword. But what if the pen was the sword? I wanted to paint something, but I wasn't sure what, so I threw some watered-down paint onto the page and it kinda looked like a mountain range, so I went with that. I'm not sure why I ended up making them as red as I did, but I guess they have a high iron content.
Or it is depicting a terraformed Mars! Because, you know, the plan with the Gek missiles that we were going to do?
Why do the clones always get out of the lab when I'm trying to record a video? Okay, here's the painting. I gotta go herd the clones back to the lab.
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
For some reason, I decided I wanted to make the kind of vaguely ominous, abstract artwork you'd see on a darker fantasy or science fiction novel, or something to that effect. I don't know, maybe I'm just tired. I'm doing this pretty late in the evening. I am still pretty bad at doing humanoid characters, and my hands may look like they were done by a bad AI, but I might be playing a tiefling barbarian soon, and I wanted to try and draw him. Client here is still pending DM approval, but we'll see how it goes. And I just realized I forgot to do his twin hand axes. Oops.
It's spray painting time! Custom painting for my other cousin. Lagoon. Real orange. Strawberry fields.
Colonial red.
Heirloom white. Summer squash. Black. Aubergine. Desert rose.
I am required to move at an accelerated rate. Unfortunately for this Keyblade video, OBS Studios decided it wasn't going to record over an hour's worth of work. So there's going to be a few cuts and then a pretty big jump at the end.
Before the first stage, when the infinite was made countable, one descended even beyond the dark, and within the umbral planes, they forged the Doom Hearts.
Out of all of the ones I've done so far, Traits of the Heart does have the simplest design, but I think the Soul Color RGB gamer lights make up for it. Let me know what you guys think. Yeah, no, it's not transferring from brain to computer properly. I think I'm just gonna take us there. I mean, what better way to see the Utherlands than to go see the Utherlands? So, yeah.
Alright. Oh! Oh, hey, Observer Squid! Nice! Haven't seen one of those in a while. Ha! Look at him go. Oh, wait, what the... Ooh, yeah. Circle of life, I guess. Let's get out of here.
When I found out that jetpacks were real now, that was awesome. But last night I learned something that blows that out of the water by an unfathomable amount. There are now real, actually functional mechs. Real life mech suits. They can only move like 6 miles an hour and stuff, but like, come on! We have actual mechs now! So of course I had to make a mech myself in Blender because mechs! If you want to know more about the real life one, just Google Arch Hacks mechs. You should be able to find it. But here's my one. Mechs! Future! Apparently my recording software decided it didn't want to do its job. So, unfortunately, you're not going to get to see me actually making Age of Stars. By the time I realized it wasn't recording, I had done everything but the keychain. At least it kinda looks cool. Better than the first Elden Ring keyblade I did. This took close to 7 hours to make. Please like and subscribe. Flashing a light warning. This is an experiment in impact frames after all.
You see, Tennyson, despite their diminished intellect, I have always been envious of the physical prowess exhibited by the Vaxosaurian species. Albeto's research into forced evolution that I appropriated was the final piece I required to complete my research. Now I have finally achieved my idealized form. Why are you looking at me like that? This is a vat-grown body. It's not like I'm some sort of butcher. You think too little of me, Tennyson. Allow me to educate you.
Yeah, I don't know. I just randomly had an idea for a Ben 10 villain that was basically just the brain of a Cerebro station dropped onto a Vaxosaurian. And then I realized I have artist powers and can make that happen. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the chorus of clones. I let them out of the lab for this. I wish I could show you me painting this, but apparently, at some point after April 5th, because on April 5th it still worked, Windows suddenly decided you can't use the file format that an iPhone uses without buying the ability to use it. It doesn't matter that you could use it before, you have to purchase it now. Next time I do physical art, I gotta make sure I set my phone to record in compatibility mode instead of its usual.
It's spray painting time! Decommissioned cabinet door style. Let's start off with a little indigo streamer. To be mixed with a little satin lagoon. We're gonna do some colonial red. Let's try out the new spring green. Light switch with indigo, pigment, water, texture. Little bit of the new black. Shadow. Cut off. Use the natural wood in that black overspray to get some meteorites going, asteroids and other cosmic objects. And let's do a bit of a shine. Elbersy. Seaside. Basic white. My old white, because it's butterscotch.
Talk about cabinet space, am I right?
Call to action time. Like, subscribe, comment.
It's spray painting time! Real orange. The new blue ink. Spring green. Extra time. Sterling silver. Black semi-glues. Set home some of the squeege. Texture. Desert rolls. Rolls lale. Horrific spudridge. Terrible complex one.
So, I was originally going to do a kind of infomercial thing with this. Introducing the new multifunctional Lazcaster from Moog Labs. Order now and gain an extra power pack for absolutely free. That kind of thing. But I messed up. I didn't change the file names when I was recording the different video segments. So each time I recorded a new thing, it overrid the previous one. So you're not going to get to see these several hours worth of animation work. And it's just going to be a little still shot of all the different combination modes at the end. Just realized I can use myself for reference with animation, which is why I'm recording myself right now, actually, and using it as a reference to make this video, at least provided everything works right. I don't know if this is a good scrap. This is kind of an experiment to see how it works, but if this does work, it might make animating characters a lot easier. Oh, that was incredibly cursed. It did not work at all. Why did I spend 2 days on this? I did another long-form spray paint video. There's also a message at the end of it for those who watched that far. So, go check it out.
It is time for a change long since overdue.
Changing the gaming part of Mo Gaming to art. I've been putting this off for a while. For the majority of you who weren't there during the beginning, this channel actually started out as a Let's Play channel, but that quickly changed. I've been putting off changing the name for a while. When I mentioned this to my dad, he decided to surprise me by making the animation you just saw. So, yeah, it's Moga Art now. Okay. Mistakes might have been made, but let's see what we got. Ah! A spray-painted planet. Perry the spray-painted planet? Or at least that was the intent. Don't think it kind of worked quite like how I was hoping. Still, not bad.
Within the orbit of a dwarf star, a desperate battle rages above the last habitable world.
length of shoving the souls of like 5 or 6 highway bandits into your hand axe? Or do you want the extra 2d6 necrotic damage? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Alright. I tried something new, so let's see how it turned out. Okay. I like this. Almost forgot the moon. video is a bit of an experiment. I wanted to see if putting video game B-roll in the background would make this do better in the algorithm. But to make that not feel scummy to me, the art I'm doing is based off of the game I'm playing. If this video does well, I might do this all the way up to Space Stage. And maybe if that does well, I might do it with some other games. Maybe something with Monster Hunter Tri, I don't know. Like I said, this is an experiment to see how it goes. I got asked for some art advice on my most recent video, which is kind of crazy to think that I'm actually good enough to be asked that kind of stuff. But the most important advice I can give is to just start doing it, and to keep doing it as often as you can tolerate, and to do it a little differently each time. If you like how an aspect of what you did turned out, keep doing it that way, and if not, do it differently. Little by little, you'll evolve past your prior self and improve, and that's the only person you should compare yourself to, the you of yesterday. Look at other people's work, of course. Try and pick it apart and see what you can learn from it. Watch others make art and see what techniques you can incorporate, but don't judge the merit of your work based off of others. Because you're gonna suck. I sucked. Just scroll back on my channel a month or two and you'll see I was a lot worse then than I am now. It's a gradual process, but you will improve. And if you don't believe it, then believe in the me that believes in you.
Paint it black!
All right, let's see if this experiment turned out. All right. Okay, so I'm actually recording this before I work on the animation this is going to get tied to. I don't actually know if this is going to work or not. If you're seeing this, it obviously did. But if you're not, then my shame has been forever hidden from you. I saw a couple Blender tutorials today and wanted to try messing with it. Hopefully, my voice and any other sounds I put into this will become dynamic, and this will look anime, or at least like it was kind of sort of hand-drawn. Let's see if this works. Now that I've gotten a lot more used to Blender, it's time to try something I haven't touched yet.
Geometry nodes.
Let's see how this turned out. That one? Not bad. Not bad. How about you? Okay, not bad. Asteroids did decently. Now let's see if this worked. No, it did not. Not how I wanted it to, anyway.
false man fungus is one of the more unusual examples of local plant life. Or, well, not plant life because fungi aren't plants, but you know what I mean. They're more plant than animal, or maybe it's the other way around. Regardless, though it's called fungus, it's actually a series of several different fungal species that have a symbiotic relationship. Now, a bunch of the species don't really matter that much and can vary, but the two main ones are the false skin fungus and the spiral bone fungus. The spiral bone provides a structure, and the false skin fungus makes up the outer covering. Any other species involved are just pretty much there to make use of the microclimate. It's really weird that it kind of looks like a dude. I don't actually know why it evolved to do that. I'll tell you that it is really creepy to find one of these at night. I saw one once that had bioluminescent shrooms in the eyes, and I don't know what colors I'm using. You see, after I made this initial color palette, I turned my computer to grayscale mode, and now I'm painting completely colorblind. Turned out more coherent than I was expecting. Since the last video where I didn't know what colors I was using did absurdly well, I'm doing it again. After I make this palette, I'm turning on grayscale mode. From this point on, I do not know what colors are. This works significantly better than last time, probably because spacescapes are my go-to. So, I decided to dabble with surrealism. I have absolutely no idea what this is or means, so feel free to try and analyze it in the comments. I'm currently working on a big long-form video of my largest project yet, but I had to wait a while for the first layer of paint to dry. Considering what I still have left to do and then editing, it'll probably come out either very late today or tomorrow. Maybe the day after, though I don't think so. So keep an eye out, because it'll be the next thing I post. Until then, here's a pixel art dagger.
It's spray painting time! On a scale never before seen on this channel!
Oh, I'm gonna have some fun with you.
This project ended up taking most of a week, so please go watch the long form.
A fine addition to my collection.
originally created by Darth Biologus. The Biosaber is an abominable techno-biological living lightsaber that's creation was only possible through the Sith's skill in dark side alchemy. When wielded, the living blade links its circulatory system with that of its wielder, drinking in the midichlorian-rich blood of its master, and in exchange, amplifying their skills in the dark side.
A fine addition to my collection.
Just in case anyone in my audience needs to hear this, if someone asks you to pay anything in either gift cards or cryptocurrency, it is a scam. It doesn't matter who they say they are or who they sound like. If you're being asked to pay anything in either gift cards or Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever, it is a scam. If you're browsing a website and suddenly a pop-up shows up saying your computer has been hacked or has a virus and to call this number or go to this link, that is a scam too. If you can't exit the web page, pull up Taskmaster, close your browser with it, and don't go back to that website. If you're being called or messaged by a celebrity, no you're not. That's someone using AI to impersonate them. Stay safe and enjoy the space art.
Lightsaber will make a fine addition to my lightsaber collection.
I don't know what colors I'm using. After I make this initial color palette, I'm going to turn on grayscale mode and have no idea what I'm doing. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man! you're seeing this video, you're one of a few people that probably will. For the past week, YouTube has just not shown anyone my videos. I've looked at the analytics, it's not shown them to people. YouTube will tell me how much it shows a video versus how many people watch it, and every video for the last week has had most of the people shown it, watch it, but it's only shown it to maybe 20 people at most. And that is an insane drop from what it was just a couple days ago. So if you are seeing this, please leave a like and comment something so YouTube hopefully stops doing this. The only thing that makes sense for why this happened is an algorithm change, and I think they did make an update recently, but it seems to have made them forget I have an audience that, as far as I can tell, likes to watch my things. So please leave a like, say something in the comments, and maybe let this video loop a couple of times. I've been going through a little bit of art block lately. I've had to scrap several videos that just did not work out. So, I decided to just draw and not think about what I was doing. Just following the trail of, how about this? Why not put a shack on top of the mountain, even though that doesn't make sense proportionally? How about some kind of wooden platform trail attached to the mountain? And I could maybe do some kind of rope bridge, play with perspective. And then, of course, I need to do the sky, because I hadn't done that yet, and it looked kind of empty, so I figured to put some kind of airship in it. However, it quickly turned more fleshy than fabricy, so I made it into a creature instead. So now there's just some kind of floating flesh balloon creature. Looks like a cross between a Zerg overlord and the flying spaghetti monster.
Thermal lens engaged.
Take this! So, it turns out that GIMP, the program I do my 2D digital art in, actually does have the one tool I always wished it had but thought it didn't. The Liquify tool, or as GIMP titles it, the Warp tool. I've used GIMP for probably over a decade, and I never figured that out until today. But now I know it's actually there, and that's something new to play with. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to use it going forward, except for the fact that it apparently is really good for making black holes. But it's a new tool to work with and figure out how to use. If you haven't already, like and subscribe. And hey, feel free to leave an idea for future artwork in the comments, 2 or 3D. I've always been more of a night person than not. Oftentimes, when others are asleep, I feel the most awake, the dark of the night beckoning.
Quit being melodramatic. You just have insomnia.
I said I at the start of a YouTube short to grab your attention. I also ended up abstracting this to the point where it almost borders on non-representational work. I'm not sure if I like or hate this. And by this, I mean doing the YouTuber voice. But I also mean the artwork. So, if that grabbed your attention better, great. If you didn't like it, then don't worry. I probably won't do this for a while. It's physically painful. rather strange consequence that has arisen from making YouTube videos is that I now recognize stock music used in other people's videos. I'll be watching someone try a weird steak recipe, and suddenly I'll go, "Hey, is that Soft Feeling? Yeah, that's Soft Feeling." Or I'm listening to someone relay the story of a sci-fi series, and all of a sudden I'm like, "Hey, that's Strange Stuff." Talking about the thematic implications of the moon and this and that, and all of a sudden, As the Moon Drops plays. I'll be listening to a horror story, and in the midst of being mildly shooketh, I'll go, "Hold on, that's Frightmare. I recognize that." I've even caught myself recognizing individual sound effects, not even songs. It can be a very strange feeling, and I just wanted to talk about it for a minute. If you want to see the rest of what I'm working on, you can hit the linked video. You won't have to deal with listening to me ramble on it. I don't know if anyone is going to see this, not just because my short videos haven't done well in a while, but because my video editing program doesn't seem to want to work. I did an artwork about a week ago that I intended to turn into a video, but for some reason my editor refuses to work with that picture. Whenever I try to include that picture in anything, the video ends up turning into a seizure-inducing glitched mess. I've tried saving the picture as a different file format, I've uninstalled and reinstalled the editor, and several other things beside, but it keeps doing it. Hopefully it's just that picture that's doing it, and you actually get to see this one, but who knows. This short animation took over 3 days to render. That's because, to make it look right, I had to use Blender's Cycles rendering engine instead of Eevee. While Cycles can do a lot more, it is massively slower. To illustrate the difference, here's the exact same setup rendered in Eevee, and only in a couple of hours, as opposed to the multiple days the Cycles render took.
It's spray painting time! Despite being in the middle of December. Because somehow it's warm enough to do this. Despite the fact that there's not an ounce of snow to be seen, I'm gonna make this winter and
Non-specific, all-inclusive winter holiday.
themed.
Of course, this is the shorts version. If you want an actually comprehensible view of the whole process, go check out the linked long-form video. But if you don't care, here's the painting.
Man the defaults. Cube Man the uninspired. I shall rid you from this poorly rendered world. Now, die!
How to make a space background in Blender. Step 1. Pardon the default cube. Next, go into the shading editor and change the drop-down to world. Add in a mix shader node between the background and world output. Add an emission to the other part of the mix shader. From the mix shader factor, add in a noise texture and a color ramp. Go into rendered view, change the background node from gray to black, and then play around with the noise texture and color ramp settings till you have stars. Increase the emission value a little bit and then go to compositing. Turn on use nodes. Add in a glare node and set it to bloom. Set the compositor to always so you can see the bloom in action. Go back to shading and adjust the emission strength until you like it. Depending on what you want, this could work, but let's make it more interesting. Put in another noise texture and add its color output to the other shader slot. Put a color ramp from the noise factor to the mix shader factor, and then add a brightness contrast after the noise color. Then you can fidget with these settings for a while till you get a nice looking rainbow colored nebula set up. To make this look even better, let's add in another mix shader, then plug in another noise texture and another color ramp. But this time, the color ramp output goes into the mix shader rather than the mix shader factor. Set the high end of the color ramp to a different color, I'm going with a blue, and once again fiddle with the settings. We can then duplicate that, change the color ramp to a more purpley pink color, and then fiddle with the settings again. Maybe you want some more stars with a different color. For that, we can add in another mix shader and then just copy what we did at the start. We'll just set this one to emit yellow instead of white and slightly shift the noise texture. And that's how you turn the background world shader into outer space. The setup also works in cycles too. It's been a while since I've done some pixel art. For the past couple of months, I've been mostly doing Blender animations, but this is Moog Art, not Moog Blender, so I figured I should go back to the other mediums I've been neglecting. I don't want to get rusty with anything. If you have anything you'd like to see me do, please let me know in the comments below. I don't bring it up too much, but if you do have something you'd like to see me do, please let me know. As long as it's not something that I think the YouTube overlords would come down on me for, I'll probably do it. Or, at the very least, I'll give it my best shot. You could also just ask me something or say hi. I do read every comment. Like and subscribe if you haven't, and I will see you next year. Pretty sure I can cook something up. But if you will give me a moment to hop up on a little soapbox, this is kind of a good opportunity to talk about something that's pretty important to me. There is a tick-borne autoimmune condition that I want to help spread awareness about. Just bear with me. Alpha-Gal syndrome, as it is called, is a tick-borne autoimmune condition which makes you allergic to mammal proteins. Like in ham. See, there is a through line. But it's not just meats that you become allergic to. Dairy products will also trigger it, but it's even worse than that, because there is so many things that have mammal protein in it that you do not think have mammal protein in it. Things like shampoo and makeup, toothpaste, and even medications. Unless it's specially compounded in the vegan version, any gel capsule has mammal protein in it. Mammal protein is found in a number of different preservatives, and that's not even factoring in cross-contamination. both how these allergic reactions present and their severity can range wildly. You could be lucky and it's just mild allergic responses, runny nose, itchy throat, that kind of stuff. Or you could go into full-on anaphylactic shock. It can cause all manner of aches, pains, and gastric distress, a condition called geological tongue, where your tongue splits and cracks like tectonic plates. It can cause joint pain and worsen other autoimmune conditions. It's a pretty new condition and not super well known, so a lot of times doctors won't even test for it unless you specifically ask. Unless they have another patient with it, most places probably haven't even heard of it. It's also one of those conditions that kind of sounds fake. It's not, though. I don't have it myself, but several family members do. I am not a medical professional, nor am I claiming to be so, but if this sounds remotely familiar, it might be something to look into. There's not really a treatment for it, but if you find out you have it, you can at least know what to watch out for. Again, it's alpha-gal syndrome. I'll leave a link to the CDC page for it in the description. A while back, I got asked to do a specific genus of pterodactyl, the, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing it, Hexacopteryx. The genus is most notable for being very large, standing as tall as a giraffe and with a wingspan larger than some airplanes. It's also from Transylvania. Okay, fine. They had a wingspan of about 10 to 12 meters, a skull length of approximately 2.5 meters, and the neck was about 1.5 meters. In freedom units, that's a 33 to 39 foot wingspan, a skull length of approximately 8 feet 2 inches, and a neck that's about 5 feet long. I can't do that. The best I can do is depict a shard of a shadow of a simulacrum of a fraction of a dream of the great Yog-Sothoth. For you could no more ask a quark to depict the cosmos than I, the outer god. You see, Yog-Sothoth knows the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the key and the guardian of the gate. The past, the present, even the future, all are one within Yog-Sothoth. Can you even grasp the immensity of such a request? You would ask me to draw both the gate and the key, and the keeper of both the sides. You would ask me to depict the entirety of the mortal plane alongside the dreamlands, for all are one within Yog-Sothoth. Even the infinite void and the outer planes are all as Yog-Sothoth. There is but one thing which is not Yog-Sothoth, and that is the great Daemon Sultan and the nuclear chaos themselves. So, you're basically asking me to draw an outerversal omnipresence. Even for someone who could once dream in the way all mankind could once dream, that's not an easy ask. So I'm gonna have to do some abstractions and creative liberties, okay? And not just for my sake, I don't want any of you guys going insane. Then who would talk to me in the comment section? Who would like the video and subscribe to the channel if they hadn't already? I'm basically saving your sanity here. It's the least you could do. Was that a little much? It felt like a little too much.
It was probably a little too much.
Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the rest of the video. I gotta go duke it out with one of the great race of Yith who are currently hijacking one of my clones. Alright, slug boy! Put him up! Thank you. And yeah, I can give it a try. I actually really like the Vita Carna series. And if anyone watching likes analog horror, I highly recommend it. You can find it here on YouTube under the creator Darren Krilloy's channel, whose art I will be using as reference alongside a random picture of an abandoned building. I actually had no idea the second season of Vita Carna had started until I went back to rewatch the series for this video. I was not expecting the massive quality jump the second season had either, or the crazy lore revelations that I'm not going to explain because I don't want to spoil anything. I will say that I should not have watched the most recent episode at just past midnight in a creaky house. If you know why, you know why. Not gonna spoil it though. Since you didn't specify which variant, I'm doing the standard version of the mimics, or at least trying to. I'm still not that great at doing humanoids. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like, and if you haven't subscribed, talk to me in the comments. Tell me what you think about things. I do read everything. And again, if you like analog horror, after this video, go check out the Vita Carna series. Genuinely, really good. I like it. And I really want to see where things go from here. I mean, the lore drop that that recontextualizes everything. Sorry, couldn't resist. It's spray painting time! Despite being in the middle of December, because somehow it's warm enough to do this. Despite the fact that there's not an ounce of snow to be seen, I'm gonna make this winter and
non-specific, all-inclusive winter holiday
themed. Let's see if my ink blue is, that's not where the line, yeah, my ink blue is still working or not. I think I remember it being clogged. And I was right, it is clogged. Should probably throw that away. In that case, we'll do some purple gloss right over here, so it'll actually work. Come on. Why are you like this? Come on. Is there anything left in you? A little bit, okay. There we go, just have to warm it up. Top of that, we're gonna come in with this gloss Seaside, which is also sputtering and being annoying. Great. On top of that, we're gonna try this Wildflower Blue. And just catch a little bit that's hopefully not flying into the ether. Now, we'll do some Strawberry Fields over here. Since I don't have gold, we will do Summer Squash right there. So apparently this white is also jammed, which completely ruined some of my plans. So it's improvisation time. Let's go. So instead of white, we're going to hit our blue spot with French blue, which is nearly white. Do our texturization, move that off of the random lump that was apparently there. And that's still pretty icy looking. That lump is there, wasn't there last time. Now over the top of that, we're going to do a little dusting of Aluminum Umina. Texturize. That's good. Okay. Now instead of the aluminum, we're going to use this sterling silver on our yellow for our
Silver and gold.
Now up there, we're going to do some spring green. Texturize. And we'll also do just a little bit of green apple after I shake off this ant that apparently decided to wander onto my painting. Get off. Off. There we go. Green apple. Wash the texture. Bit of precautionary capping to keep this mostly safe. And now we do our shadow, which will hopefully cooperate a bit more than it's doing. Just wait for the wind to die down a second. There we go. Now we shall cap that off at about right there. Our lid bury a little to help prevent overspray again, and bury, hopefully, just the edge of that. Cap it off. Now I think I might actually be able to get two separate planetoids from this. Come around. Do a light gradual like that. Use our big cap right about here. Don't let the black fly away. Okay. Now I think if I just do a little like so, we're gonna hit it with a drop of the French blue. Give it a good texturizing. Then do the shadow. Since everyone seemed to really love the video where I first figured it out, we're going to do some meteoric rock nodules. I don't know why I called them that. We're going to use some gloss orange. And it's going to sputter like crazy, apparently.
Over top of that, let's do a little summer squash, if it'll cooperate. And just a hint of deep forest. And it wants to sputter too. Now it's time to pick some random spots to put on some rocks. Because that is how you make asteroids. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, let's do just a little more. So maybe right here. Maybe here. About like that. And here. Okay. On the shadowy side, we're going to come in with blacks. Somewhat lightly. Not going for full coverage yet. Now let's do that gloss purple. If it will cooperate, along with the weather. Just get a little tonal difference. Now let's do that satin wildflower on the shine side, roughly, kind of, sorta. Now we'll kind of just do a little light pass with that French lilac, if it will cooperate. Trying to go very light with it. Off of the step that can potentially make or break. Coming back in from higher up with some very light poofs of black. If done right, it has a little bit of three-dimensionality to the nebulonic grasses, but you gotta be real careful with it. Now, since my white wants to be stubborn, we are going to use my summer squash for the stars. We step back and hopefully get the right pressure control. Just get two giant globs. Great. What I'm going to do is just go like that. And like that. Spread it out a little bit. Go like that with the French lilac. And then spoof it with the black. Okay. And just for fun, let's do some more stars with aluminum. If this will work. And we did just a little sputter. Not quite one I wanted, but I can work with it. And do just a hint of the green apples. Alright. Now, I'm probably going to be doing some touch-ups, but let's see what we've got. Why did... Okay, apparently that planet got hit on the head. Our asteroid meteor thingamajigs are looking not bad, though. Except, okay, that one's got a bit of a lump. That one looks decent. It's got a bit of a shadow to it. That one's got a bit of a shadow to it, alright. That one did pretty well. Let's see about this one. Alright. Let's check you. Alright. I like this one. These need a little bit of a tweak here and there. I think I can make it a bit better with some touch-ups, but I'm liking it.
Okay, let's go. Oh, great. Gotta get low. There you go. Okay. That was weird. Not sure what that was all about. Well, might as well start painting.
Engage.
Take this!
You'd think if I was making another Godzilla-flavored Monster Hunter weapon, I'd have seen the newest movie, but I haven't, so please don't spoil it. That out of the way, if you've enjoyed this video, please hit the buttons. You know the ones every YouTube person asks you to hit. Maybe leave a comment, watch the videos that pop up in the end screen, all of that call to action stuff. I didn't know what I wanted to do today, so I started with a random squiggle and I tried to find some shapes in it. I got what looked kind of like a spoon or a ladle, and then I figured, hey, do a still life, haven't done one of those in a long while. And then for fun, I decided to do it in a dramatically different art style than I normally do things. I kind of wanted to just shake things up a little. It ended up a lot more abstracted than what I normally do, but I kind of like it. It looks rough, but it was kind of supposed to. I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments. And if you've stuck around this long, maybe like and subscribe if you haven't. Other videos should be popping up. You could watch one of them. A call to action is a persuasive element that prompts an audience to take a desired action or to engage with a specific... Alright. And for everyone else, you can leave me ideas in the comments if you want to see me do something, as long as you keep it fairly PG at least. I might not do it, but there's a decent chance I will. At the very least, I'm happy to hear ideas. For those who've watched to the end, thanks for sticking around. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. Maybe watch some of my other videos if you got time. YouTube's recommendation and the playlist containing all of my long-form videos should be popping up at about now, so you could check those out if you want. Real quick here at the start, YouTube is doing that thing it does every couple of months where it stops showing my videos to people. Normally I tend between a couple hundred to, if I'm really lucky, a couple thousand views on my videos. My last several got maybe 10 at most. So I would really appreciate it if after you watch this, you engage with this video so YouTube stops doing that. Leave a like, comment something, or subscribe if you haven't, please. I don't do call to actions that much, but I kinda have to when YouTube pulls this on me.